Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody. We don't need that up there yet. How are you doing? It is Monday, which means it's sort of kind of a Maritime Monday, but this may be the starting of a Maritime 2 weeks. We are going to be looking at the United States Coast Guard Marine investigation of the loss of the Titan Submersible. It's scheduled to go 9 days. And so we're gonna see if this is interesting, if this is something you want to keep doing. If so, we'll keep doing it. If not, we'll see how it goes. But this could be really exciting. It could be really boring. It could be a mixture of both. But it's scheduled to go 9 full days. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna run this kind of like we run a normal trial. So we'll go up to the lunch break today, and we'll watch it up to the lunch break, which will be 12:30 Eastern, and then. Tomorrow we'll start a little bit early. These guys, this is the military. They start early. The hearing is going to start here in about 5 minutes. But I'm going to start my show tomorrow at like 7 a.m. Eastern. I've got to, because they start at 8:30. So we'll watch it. We'll try to watch it at 1.25 speed, depending how fast they talk. We might be able to bump it up to 1.5. We'll skip through the break, skip through lunch, and then we will we'll watch after we finish today afternoon's session. Then we'll start in on the live on the morning session tomorrow. So we'll do today morning. Tomorrow we'll do the afternoon of day 1 and the morning of day 2. The next day we'll do the afternoon of day 2, the morning of day 3, like that. That's how we'll get through this. If you find me futzing around with the microphone a little bit, those of you that watched last week, I broke I didn't break it. The swing arm on the microphone stand disintegrated after a good solid 2 years of use. I got one that I thought would be better and I would like more because it was more expensive. I got it. I hate it. I hate everything about it. A lot of it's muscle memory. A lot of it, just because not everything's not where it should be. But I also hate it because it's just not very good. So we're in bouncy mode right now. We have to figure out what to do about that. But anyway, enough about that. Let's get into this because there's not a lot of time to mess around here. These guys are going to start in about 4 minutes on the dot, I believe. I'm watching the screen over here, and we'll let you know when they come up. But we've got our little housekeeping stuff to very quickly take care of. The like and subscribe. We got 160 of you here watching this. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We got 84. That means half of you haven't done your job. A good 50% of you are behind the curve. Get down there and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Get it out of the way right now. And if you're watching on replay, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe as well. And like I said, we're going to follow this as long as we can, as long as you have interest. If people just start flaking off, we'll go, whatever. And might have to do some sort of a review, or I don't know. We'll worry about it. But right now, I'll just assume this is the most fascinating stuff you've ever seen in your life, and we're going to keep on doing it. And I've made the little like and subscribe poll here to just basically remind you to do that like and subscribe stuff, but also just to sort of see how things are playing around in your head. Like, subscribe, and vote. What are your expectations for these hearings? 8% of you so far have said drama, gotcha moments, and excitement. 30% of you say lots of denials and some answers. 14% so far have said absolute and total boredom. And 47% say you don't know, but you're going to watch it anyway. Those are the ones I like. All right, real quickly here. Today, what is the schedule for today? Today, they are going to be doing this. Let me bring up the schedule here real quick. The schedule. Here we go. At 8:30 a.m. Eastern, there'll be opening remarks. And for some reason, they'll need a 5-minute recess after the opening remarks. Then 15-minute, they'll do an overview of the incident and a Voyage animation. So we'll kind of get to see what they believe happened. After a 10-minute recess, they will be conducting their questioning of Mr. Tony Nissen. Who is Mr. Tony Nissen, you may ask? He is the former OceanGate engineering director. He's a guy that's going to have a lot of answers. So he'll be the first witness right out of the gate, the former OceanGate engineering director. And that'll take us up to the another 10. Well, okay, that'll take us up to the lunch hour. And that's where we'll break for today. Then when we pick up tomorrow with the afternoon session first, it'll be Ms. Bonnie Carl, followed by Mr. Tim Catterson. And those people are Bonnie Carl is the former OceanGate Human Resources and Financial Director. I assume she's going to be answering some questions about cutting financial corners and the cost of things. And Tim Catterson is the former OceanGate contractor. So one of the guys that put the thing together, I would imagine. So these are the witnesses that are going to be on day one. We're just going to cover the first witness here today. And then, like as you said, we'll pick it up tomorrow, a little bit earlier than now. So let's see how closely they stick to the schedule. I'm assuming they will because, you know, Coast Guard and all that. Let's see here. We don't need the witness list anymore. So, all right. Let's bring this up here down in the bottom corner so we can see what's going on. They're just saying the hearings live stream will begin shortly. Well, we know that. That's why we're here. All right. Now let's refresh just to be sure, because sometimes it starts and doesn't tell us it's going to start. All right. There's a few people there watching. 266 people watching on the Coast Guard site, almost the same amount as we got here. Now, again, I'll put down the Coast Guard link in the description. So in case you happen to maybe want to go on over and check out the actual hearing without me rambling around and mumbling through stuff, then please do. Let me do that right now while I think about it. Let's see. Quickly go into the studio and hit the edit really quickly right out of the gate. And I hope you guys are doing great. It's been a while since we've done a Maritime Monday. For those of you that are just joining and wondering what's going on, we try to do a maritime show every Monday because that's what I do by trade. I'm a maritime lawyer, maritime and admiralty lawyer, currently living in South Korea, where I've been past 30 some odd years.
Good morning, ladies.
Here we go.
I am Jason Neubauer, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis.
Oh, great. They've got a voice activated microphone.
I'm the chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan Submersible with the loss of 5 lives on June 18th, 2023.
It's a little quiet to me. Let me know if it's a little quiet to you and I'll bump the audio.
Deep sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreckage site. I would like to take this opportunity as the hearing commences to express my deepest condolences to the family and friends of the 5 persons who perished in this tragedy. I note that we have members from the families here today and also watching online, and I appreciate you being here and express my sympathies again. I'm sorry.
There, how's that? That should be just about right. You should be able to hear me slightly louder than them.
Many will be following these proceedings via live stream, and we appreciate all those who are attending in person and virtually. The other members of this board include Lead Investigator Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen and Lieutenant Commander Katie Williams. The legal counsel to this board is Lieutenant Commander Lars Oakmark, and the alternate legal counsel is Lieutenant Commander Jim Kang. The recorder is Lieutenant Kelly Steele. The Coast Guard technical advisors to this board are Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons and Mr. Keith Fawcett. This board's public information officer is Chief Warrant Officer Melissa Leake, and Petty Officer Second Class Kate Kilroy is the assigned public affairs specialist. Upon completion of the investigation, this Marine Board will submit its final report of findings, conclusions, and recommendations to the Commandant of the United States.
Hang on just a second.
Investigator in charge for the NTSB's Titan investigation is seated to my far right. Witnesses will be appearing at this hearing to provide valuable information that will assist this investigation. We request that all in the attendance here today be courteous to the witnesses and respect their right to privacy. Providing testimony in a public setting on past events and complex topics requires full concentration, and any disruptive behaviors will not be tolerated. The members of the press are welcome, and provisions have been made during the proceedings to pool the media feed. The news media may question witnesses concerning the testimony they have given after I have released them from these proceedings. The Marine Board's investigation will determine as closely as possible the factors that contributed to the incident so that proper recommendations for the prevention of similar casualties may be made. The investigation will also examine whether there is evidence that any act of misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed and credentialed person contributed to this casualty, and whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to this casualty. The Marine Board planned this 2-week hearing to examine the pre-accident historical events relating to the loss of the Titan and 5 crew members. The proceedings will include past OceanGate operations, crew member training, construction and maintenance of the 2 deep-sea Titan submersibles, environmental factors, and the existing regulatory framework that was in place to oversee and certify submersible operations. The hearing will also include a review of the U.S. Coast Guard search and rescue, SAR, activities related to the response phase of the incident after all communications were lost with the Titan submersible on June 18, 2023. The Coast Guard has designated OceanGate Incorporated as a party in interest to this investigation as the owner and operator of the Titan submersible. As such, OceanGate's designated counsel has a statutory right to cross-examine witnesses and request that witnesses be called on their behalf. Witnesses who are not designated as parties in interest may be assisted by counsel for the purpose of advising them concerning their rights during testimony. However, such counsel is not permitted to examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in the investigation. I will now ask that lead counsel for OceanGate announce their appearance on behalf of their client.
Okay, so here's the people that are representing
Good
OceanGate.
morning, Jane Schvetz, Adriana Finger, and Nora Niazian from Debevoise and Plimpton LLP on behalf of OceanGate Inc. Thank you.
Thank you. The Marine Board will place all witnesses under oath. When testifying under oath, a witness is subject to the federal laws and penalties for perjury for making false statements under Title 18, United States Code, Section 1001. Penalties could include a fine up to $250,000 or imprisonment up to 5 years or both. The sources of information to which this investigation will inquire are many and varied. Since the date of the casualty, the NTSB and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forth, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. This email address will be continuously monitored. Mr. Muse will now provide his opening statement on behalf of the NTSB.
Okay, this would be
Good
very
morning.
interesting.
I am Marcel Muse, the investigator in charge for the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation into this accident.
Oh, come on.
Safety
guy.
Board is the independent federal agency under which the Independent Safety Board Act of 1974 is required to determine a cause or probable cause of this accident and issue a report of the facts, conditions, and circumstances related to it. The NTSB has joined this hearing to avoid duplicating the development of facts. Nevertheless, I do wish to point out that this does not preclude the NTSB from developing additional information separately from this proceeding if that becomes necessary. At the conclusion of this hearing, the NTSB will analyze the facts of this accident and determine a probable cause independent of the Coast Guard. At a future date, a separate report of the NTSB findings will be issued, which will include our official determination of a probable cause. If appropriate, the Safety Board will issue recommendations to correct safety problems discovered during this investigation. These recommendations can be made in advance of the report. On a personal note, and on behalf of the entire NTSB, I'd wish to express my sincere condolences to those lost loved ones in this tragedy.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Ms. Schvetz will now provide a brief opening statement on behalf of OceanGate.
Thank you, Mr.
That was
Nibar.
pretty basic.
On behalf of OceanGate, we also offer our deepest condolences to the families and loved ones, among them those here today, of those who died on June 18th, 2023. There are no words to ease the loss endured by the families impacted by this tragic incident. But we hope that this hearing will help shed light on the cause of the tragedy, and prevent anything like this from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are some basic
The
opening
Marine
statements.
Board will now take the oath. The recorder, Lieutenant Steele, has been previously sworn in. Lieutenant Steele?
Please stand. Raise your right hands. Do you swear that you will faithfully perform the duties incumbent upon you as a member of this formal investigation, and that you will examine and inquire into the matter that is now before you, and without partiality, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
This concludes the opening statement. At this time, I would like to ask that everyone present please stand for a moment of silence in respect to those persons who perished as a result of this casualty. Thank you. Please be seated.
Wow. That wasn't me. That was the microphone, his microphone, not me.
You are about to see Coast Guard Factual Exhibit 001, prepared by the Marine Board. As a part of this investigation, the Coast Guard has gathered extensive information and prepared numerous exhibits, some of which will be introduced in this hearing. The party in interest and NTSB have reviewed the information contained in this exhibit, and the final decision of the creation of this exhibit rests with the Marine Board Chair for the investigation. Lieutenant Steele, please start the presentation.
This is the United States Coast Guard's Commandant's Marine Board of Investigation into the loss of the manned submersible Titan and the vessel's crew on June 18, 2023. This hearing is conducted with the full participation of the National Transportation Safety Board. The purpose of the investigation is to determine whether there is evidence that any failure of material, either physical or design, was involved or contributed to the casualty, so that proper recommendation for the prevention of the recurrence of similar casualties may be made. Whether there is evidence that any misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed or certified person contributed to the casualty, so that appropriate proceedings against the license or certificate of such person may be recommended and taken under 46 U.S. Code 6301, or whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to the casualty. This image is affixed with labels showing the significant components of Titan. The manned submersible vessel Titan, completed in 2021 in Everett, Washington, was an unregistered, non-certificated, unclassed 22-foot manned watercraft. The pressure hull was approximately 8 feet long, cylindrically shaped, with an inside diameter of approximately 4.5 feet.
Sorry, that's not a good view, is
The
it?
hull was made of 5-inch thick carbon fiber wound filament. The carbon fiber pressure hull was glued fore and aft to grade 3 titanium rings, which were then affixed to the forward and aft end titanium domes. The forward dome was hinged to the starboard side of the forward ring to allow for entry and exit into the Titan. The forward dome was fitted with a 23-inch acrylic frustum window for visibility. The aft titanium dome was secured to the aft titanium ring with 17 9/16-inch stainless steel bolts, and this section housed various electronics and computers. External to
And
the
game
pressure
controls.
hull was a 5-foot tail cone section, which housed 2 lithium batteries, 2 motor controller pods, buoyancy blocks made of Syntac foam, and the tracking system. As per the OceanGate Titan specification page, the Titan was capable of seating 5 persons with an operating depth of 4,000 meters. The Titan was fitted with 4 inner space electric thrusters, 2 vertical and 2 horizontal, which propelled the submersible at 3 knots. Titan sat upon a fairing system which held other accessories such as external lights and cameras, and allowed the Titan to remain upright while sitting on the deck.
Here's
The vessel
this is the
particulars for the
information
Titan
here.
are contained
The
on this
specs.
slide. The official name, Titan. Identification number, none.
It's important it wasn't
Owner
registered anywhere.
operator, OceanGate Inc., Everett, Washington, United States. Vessel class, type, and subtype, submersible. Build year, 2020. Length, 22 feet. Beam or width, 9.2 feet. Vertical height, 8.3 feet. Main primary propulsion, 4 inner space 1002 electric thrusters.
Now I'm surprised it weighed 23,000 pounds. I thought it would be lighter than that for some reason.
At the time of the accident on Titan Dive C2-088, the following persons were the crew of the vessel and they perished in the accident. Stockton Rush, pilot, owner. Paul Henri Nargelet, co-pilot. Shahzada Dawood, crew person number 1. Suleiman Dawood, crew person number 2. Hamish Harding, crew person number 3. The manned submersibles Antipodes and the Cyclops 1 are shown on the right. OceanGate history. OceanGate LLC was founded in 2009 by Stockton Rush, Guillermo Sonleim, and Sarah Schwitters. OceanGate corporations include OceanGate Inc., OceanGate Expeditions, and OceanGate Foundation. In 2009, purchased the Antipodes, a 13-foot American Bureau of Shipping class A1 submersible.
Oh, so they did have a submersible that was classed by a
approximately
classification
305
society,
meters.
but not this one.
Applied for
Interesting.
Coast Guard certification. Unable to attain due to Subchapter T regulations. Attained oceanographic research vessel designation and conducted dive operations in Puget Sound, Miami, and San Francisco. Glancing to the right side are promotional images created by OceanGate for early dive operations. 2013, purchased a 5-person, 22-foot submersible with a 500-meter capability. Cyclops 1 was utilized as a test platform for software, technology, and equipment for Titan. Never applied for inspection from the U.S. Coast Guard. Obtained oceanographic research vessel designation from the Coast Guard Sector Puget Sound in 2018. Conducted domestic operations from 2015. The Andrea Doria mission in 2016 departed Boston, towed to the dive site off Nantucket Island, charged mission specialist $20,000 for seat on the submersible.
I didn't know they went down to the Andrea Doria.
Hudson Canyon mission in 2020 departed New York, towed by an offshore supply vessel. Mission specialist paid $35,000 for the dives.
Now, this is one of my problems with this whole operation. Don't you normally pay your dive specialists? Here, the dive specialists pay to ride.
The image displayed on this slide is a side profile diagram of the 1/3 scale model for the Titan prototype for the test conducted in December of 2015. In 2013, entered contract with University of Washington Applied Physics Lab for approximately $5 million for the development, construction, and testing of a manned carbon fiber submersible. Estimated time frame for the vehicle, Titan, was 30 months, 2015 to 2016, the 1/3 scale model testing. In December of 2015, that model failed at 2,943 meters. In March 2016, the 1/3 scale model failed at 2,753 meters. In July of 2016, the model failed at 4,465 meters. In 2017, the carbon fiber hull was completed by Spencer Composites with no Coast Guard or Classification Society oversight. There was no non-destructive testing conducted on the hull. The original plan was to utilize carbon fiber domes, but due to the failures in the 1/3 scale model cited in the above image, they then switched to titanium domes and rings, which were manufactured by TIFAB with no Coast Guard or classification oversight. The image on the slide is an overhead view of the Titan prototype, which was taken during the unmanned testing in the Bahamas in June of 2018. In March 2017, OceanGate announces a trip to the Titanic. The price of an SME ticket is $105,129. Inflation adjusted cost of a first class ticket of the Titanic on its maiden voyage. In May of 2017, University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate Engineering parted ways, and OceanGate took all engineering in-house. In July 2017, the carbon fiber hull and titanium rings were bonded together using an adhesive by OceanGate employees. In December of 2017, the final mechanical inspection report for the conical frustum dome window was completed by the Hydrospace Group. January 2018, the Titan was fully assembled. February of 2018, the first manned dive in Titan to a depth of 3 meters. In April of 2018, the Titan arrives in the Bahamas, allegedly struck by lightning, delayed the scheduled test dives. OceanGate.
Okay, look, this is live. People are saying, pause when you talk so you don't talk over it. This is live, so we just get further and further behind every time I do this. There's just comments that I have as we go along. I'll try not to talk over anything interesting, but I don't want to delay it too long like we're doing right now. But I found it interesting that it was hit by lightning, and that it was never classed, and they have a history of failures. But let's continue.
OceanGate released a statement canceling the 2018 Titanic expedition due to weather. OceanGate was unable to achieve a depth of 4,000 meters for less than 45 days before the expedition. June 2018, 3 unmanned dives were conducted to 1,200 meters, 2,500 meters, and 4,000 meters. Titan prototype history, late 2018 to 2019. On this slide in the lower right corner is an image with an area of damage circled for the Titan prototype. And in the picture above that, the prototype on a trailer for transport for testing in the Bahamas. December 2018. Mr. Rush completed a solo dive in Titan to approximately 3,939 meters. April 2019, completed a dive to 3,760 meters.
Well, seems we lost the audio for them. Let's skip ahead and see if we get it back.
Hull.
Oh, yeah, we did. All right. There we go.
Titan final hull, 2020. This image shows the winding of the carbon fiber hull at the Electro Impact Facility in 2020.
It is.
NASA and OceanGate in contract with a Space Act grant for the development, manufacturing, and testing of manned submersibles. Due to COVID, NASA did not provide any services to OceanGate. OceanGate contracted a local Washington company, Electro Impact, to build two 1/3 scale models and the new carbon fiber hull utilizing the automated fiber placement system. The full-size hull was cured after every few inches in an autoclave at Janicki Industries. Titanium domes and rings were removed from the prototype hull and used on the final hull. 16 strain gauges and 8 acoustics emission sensors were affixed to the inside of the hull to act as a real-time monitoring hull assessment. The outside of the hull was covered with a polyurethane coating prohibiting any visual inspections. There was no third-party oversight for the hull, and nor was any non-destructive testing conducted.
So it's safe, we assure you, because we checked it ourselves. We don't need outsiders looking at it. We don't need to actually do any non-destructive testing. We don't need to test it. We don't, you're okay. Just pay us a lot of money to go down in it.
Titan final hull, 2021. Pictured on the slide is the Titan at the Deep Ocean Test Facility in Maryland, March 2021. Completed Titan hull was tested at the Deep Ocean Test Facility in Maryland. The test cycles. Day 1, maximum depth of approximately 4,000 meters. 5,858 PSI for 2 cycles, 30 minutes and 40 minutes. Day 2, max depth of approximately 4,200 meters. 6,154 PSI for 1 20-minute cycle. Day 3, max depth of approximately 3,840 meters. 5,627 PSI for 1 240-minute cycle. Day 4, maximum depth approximately 3,840 meters. 5,628 PSI for 1 240-minute cycle. Operating depth of the Titan at the RMS Titanic site was 3,840 meters. Titan was tested to 1.09 times its operating pressure. The industry standard is 1.25 times twice every 5 years as per ASME for allowed materials.
So real quick, what we've got here is we talked a lot before about classification societies, the organizations that go over every inch of the ship and certify that it's seaworthy and meets all their requirements. The ABS, that's American Bureau of Shipping. They mentioned, they got a letter of reprimand from the ABS about this. But one of the things, they couldn't have got it classed with the ABS because they saw a few slides ago, ABS will not certify these submersibles made of carbon fiber. So they weren't able to get it even if they would have wanted to, but they didn't try. So they didn't do the depth testing to the proper depth. Although as we'll talk about here to the next break, it was developed over 2 to 3 years. They finished it like a month before their first dive. They're already cutting corners. You can already see where they're cutting the corners.
June 2021, mobilized to St. John's, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Canada, and began Expedition 21.
No outside testing.
The images on the right side of this slide show the various aspects of the launch and recovery system, both on deck, on the surface of the sea, and underwater before launch and recovery of the Titan. The launch and recovery system, abbreviated as LARS, built by Everest Marine in 2017, completed in 2018. It is 38 feet long by 16 feet 6-inch beam and a 3-foot 8-inch depth. 4 separate hull compartments that can be manipulated to flood, which would sink the platform to approximately 10 meters below the surface to allow for the Titan to depart and or arrive under the water's surface. Those compartments would then be filled with air from 4 air receivers on the LARS platform to raise the platform. This action is completed by the platform operator who is stationed above in a small support vessel. This chart shows the position of the Port of St. John's and the site of the RMS Titanic, approximately 390 nautical miles south-southeast distant, and the position of the RMS Titanic site in latitude and longitude. The depth of the RMS Titanic wreck, 3,555 meters, or 11,007 feet. Titanic Expedition 2021. On this slide, you will note the motor vessel Horizon Arctic with the stern ramp to facilitate the carriage, launching, and recovering of the Lars with the Titan aboard. NOAA notified of operations pursuant to the expedition, and NOAA determined no Section 113 authorization was required. 2021 and 2022 utilized the Horizon Arctic Canadian flag offshore supply vessel. The mission departed from St. John's, Newfoundland. Titan and the platform were loaded on the stern ramp affixed to the vessel and transported to the Titanic wreck site, 370 nautical miles from Newfoundland. Each mission lasted approximately 8 days, 2 days transit time, 4 days of dives, and 2 days of return. The 2021 expedition, June 28th to August 6th, 10 dives attempted, 6 successful to the Titanic depth, 3,840 meters. Conducted 1 test dive, dive number 63 to the depth of the Titanic, 3,840 meters, before carrying paying passengers, mission specialists. There were 70 equipment issues required correction, including the forward dome fell off during recovery.
Oh, that's less than
Multiple
that's
drop
less than ideal.
weights issues to include the tray being jettisoned due to malfunction. Drop weight and thruster failure at 3,500 meters, and platform damaged on recovery.
Wow, so they already know there's a history of the front of the forward dome falling off. There's already a history of thruster failure before they reach the Titanic depths.
Departed Canada via flatbed trailer, conducted 4-month roadshow to market Titanic expeditions, going to the University of Rhode Island, Atlanta, Georgia, Lake Forest, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California.
Jeez.
Titanic Expedition 2022. Turning your attention to the upper right image, Titan is indicated by the red arrow in the winter storage of 2022 to 2023.
That's a good reference.
In the lower right image, the Titan in the process of being transported to the Marine Institute of Memorial University, St. John's, Newfoundland, in February of 2023. The 2022 expedition, June 14th to July 25th, 13 dives attempted, 7 successful to the Titanic depth of 3,840 meters. Conducted 1 test dive to 7 meters with passengers prior to diving to depth. 48 equipment issues documented during the expedition. Major incidents include batteries died on Titan, extending the time inside Titan to 27 hours, platform damage during recovery, Titan aft fairing torn off, data voyage logger inoperative below 500 meters, Titan damage during recovery, drop weight malfunction, thrusters mapped in reverse.
Oh, that's really
Upon
bad.
completion of the expedition, Titan was stored at a shoreside facility in a parking lot along a dock without protection from the elements, uncovered from July 26, 2022 to February 6, 2023.
They stored this thing uncovered in a parking lot for 7 months? After all this shit happened to it? Oh my God, this is, you know how you thought it couldn't get worse? This just keeps getting worse. Wow.
The St. John's Airport weather data for July 2022 through April 2023, high temperature 84 Fahrenheit, low temperature 1.4 degree, average temperature 39 degrees. This graphic depicts the depths of the Titan dives conducted by OceanGate. The red columns reflect dives that were not conducted over the Titanic wreck site. The blue columns reflect the dives attempted on the Titanic wreck site that did not make it to the depth of the Titanic. The green columns reflect dives that were conducted on the Titanic wreck site and reached the Titanic depth.
Well, congratulations, I guess. They got down to the Titanic.
2023 Titanic expedition. Looking at the upper right in this slide, the Polar Prince near the dock. Looking to the lower right is the track of the 2023 expedition showing the movement of the support vessel Polar Prince. And in the lower left is the Polar Prince towing the Lars with the Titan on deck. According to witness testimony, due to high charter rates and non-availability of support vessels based on the increase in offshore oil production, the 2023 expedition utilized the motor vessel Polar Prince, a Canadian flag research vessel.
Dude, you're a
Due to
billionaire.
the
You can
lack of
afford
deck
to pay it.
space, launching appliances, and weight handling equipment, the
Was a
Lars
billionaire.
Titan were to be towed behind the Polar Prince for the entirety of each mission. Missions 1 through 4, which began on May 12th, transited a total of approximately 3,600 nautical miles with Titan in tow, completed 4 dives, none of which left the platform below 10 meters when it was in a submerged position.
Oh my God.
Significant events, Titanic Expedition 2023. In the upper right is an image of the Titan on the Lars platform on the morning of May 24th, 2023, when it partially sank. On the right, circled in red, is the weather at the time of that incident. Mission number 1, May 11th through May 19th. Polar Prince departed on May 11th to Conception Bay to rendezvous with the Titan, which was at the Marine Institute Holyrood launch, to conduct familiarization training. No mission specialists were aboard, no dives completed. Mission number 2, May 20th through May 28th.
Wait, if there's no crew on board, if there's none of these mission specialists on, who exactly are they training and familiarizing it with? They conducted familiarization training without the people that need to be familiar with the training. Great.
Prince departed St. John's on May 20th en route Titanic with Titan in tow and an average speed of 7.4 knots. On May 22nd, conducted unmanned dive to 8 meters. This was dive number 84. On May 24th, after a night of high seas and fog, the Titan and its Lars platform were found partially sunk in the morning with the tail cone fairing ripped off. May 27th, conducted post-incident test dive, recorded 13 equipment issues requiring correction.
Well, it's better than the
Mission
70 from the
3,
previous year.
May 29th to June 9th. Polar Prince departed St. John on May 29th and proceeded to Witless Bay to continue checks from the May 24th
I
incident.
think we've seen our problem here. They even launched from Witless Bay. How's that? they went to Witless Bay to continue their checks. I think we're onto something here. At least they went to the proper bay to do their checks.
Incident. Completed dives on May 30th, which were not logged, and May 31st, which was dive 85, completed to 10 meters. On
All the
June
way to 10
5th,
meters.
completed dive 86 with 3 mission specialists. Mission 4, June 7th to June 15th. Polar Prince departed St. John's on June 7th. Due to weather at the Titanic site, the Polar Prince transited 400 nautical miles to the northwest of the Titanic site. On June 11th, while conducting dive number 87, Titan experienced a variable ballast tank issue. Upon resurfacing, an error caused the platform to become inverted approximately 45 degrees, with the bow of the Titan up, slamming all 4 persons to the aft of the submersible.
Oh,
The Titan became partially disconnected from the Lars platform, with the approximate 6-foot gap slammed the submersible and the occupants for approximately 1 hour until the platform issue was corrected.
unbelievable.
2023 Titanic expedition. On the right is the track of the Polar Prince to the RMS Titanic dive location. On the lower left is an image of the Polar Prince towing the Lars with the Titan aboard out of the harbor in St. John's. Mission 5, June 16th. Polar Prince departed St. John's at 9:31 a.m. local Newfoundland daylight time, 2.5 hours behind Universal
Newfoundland, even I
coordinated
know that.
time, with 42 total persons on board, 17 crew, 24 clients, and 1 non-designated person en route to the Titanic wreck site. The 17 crew consisted of the Polar Prince crew members. The 24 clients consisted of 7 OceanGate employees, 11 third-party contractors, 4 mission specialists, and 2 mission specialist companions.
And a partridge.
According to the Polar Prince deck logbook, after departing the harbor, the tow was set to 2,500 meters astern of
250 meters, not
June
2,500.
17th. The day was spent with an all-hands meeting, training, lunch, presentations, and more training, dinner, and a dive plan review that evening. (2023) Titanic expedition. At the right is the C20088 dive plan for Mission 5, showing the time for various events. Mission 5,
I don't see
June
implosion on the
18th
list.
at 5:15 a.m. local time. The Polar Prince arrived in the vicinity of the Titanic wreck site location, and according to their logbook, they shortened the tow line. The average speed throughout the transit of the Polar Prince with the Titan and Lars in tow was approximately 8.3 knots. At 5:30 a.m. local time, according to the Titan dive plan C2088, a 15-minute final dive brief was held in the helicopter hangar. The final risk index for dive 88 was calculated to be 35. The image on the left shows the weather on the expedition. The simplified weather was as follows. The on-scene weather in the vicinity of the Titanic wreck site on the accident day was southwest winds at 13 to 19 knots with a 2 to 3 meter wave height.
It's pretty rough seas. I mean, not horrific.
2023 Titanic expedition, June 18th, 2023 continues. Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local time, the accommodation ladder had been placed over the side of the vessel. An accommodation ladder is a set of stairs used for transitioning from a vessel to another vessel or dock. At 5:58 a.m. local time, a 16-foot C-Max rigid hull inflatable boat was launched, which was crewed by the dinghy captain, diver number 1, diver number 2, and dive support. At 6:24 a.m. local, another rigid hull inflatable boat was launched and transited to the Lars platform. This was the same type of vessel as the other and was crewed by the dinghy captain, platform operator, and platform assistant. At approximately 6:30 a.m. local, the divers commenced their dive and Titan vessel checks commenced. At approximately 7:35 a.m. local, one of the rigid hull inflatable boats was loaded with the Dive 88 crew to transcend 2023 Titanic Expedition, June 18th, 2023, Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local, the accommodation inflatable boats was loaded with the Dive 88 crew to transcend 2023 Titanic Expedition, June 18th, 2023, Mission 5. At 5:48 a.m. local, the accommodation ladder had been placed over the side of the vessel. An accommodation ladder is a set of stairs used for transitioning from a vessel to another vessel or dock. At 5:58 a.m. local, a 16-foot C-Max rigid hull inflatable boat was launched, which was crewed by the dinghy captain, diver number 1. 24 a.m. local, another rigid hull inflatable boat.
I'm sorry, they really need to say captain of the dinghy. Dinghy captain's probably right, but it just say captain of the dinghy, please. because just dinghy captain just sounds that way.
Was approximately 30 feet below the surface of the water. Mission 5, June 18th, 2023 continues.
All right, here we go. This is
9:14
it.
a.m. local, according to the Polar Prince.
This is the last dive.
The Titan disengaged from the Lars platform, maneuvered away, and proceeded to dive with 5 persons aboard. At 9:18 and 16 seconds a.m. local, the Polar Prince sent a K communication to the Titan. According to the OceanGate communication sheet, K means comms check. The approximated depth of the Titan was 165 meters. 44 seconds later, the Titan requested a comms check with a communication of K to the Polar Prince. The Polar Prince received a ping from the Titan approximately every 5 to 10 seconds. Communications continued throughout the descent. There were no transmissions which indicated trouble or an emergency aboard the Titan. At 10:47:27 a.m. local, the Titan messaged dropped 2 WTS. The depth of the Titan was approximately 3,341 meters. This was the last message that was sent from the Titan. 6 seconds later, at 10:47:33 a.m. local, the Titan was pinged for the final time. The Titan's location was 41.73441 north, minus 49.9424 east. The depth of the Titan was 3,346 meters.
So they're actually really close to the Titanic. 500 meters.
At 10:49 and 50 seconds a.m. local, the Polar Prince sent a message to the Titan that stated, lost tracking. There was no response. The Polar Prince continued messaging the Titan 2 or 3 times per minute with no response. At 11:15 a.m. local, the master of the Polar Prince was advised that as of approximately 10:47 a.m., there was a loss of communication with Titan. According to the mission director, they followed the miscommunication protocol outlined in the OceanGate Health, Safety, and Environmental Manual. According to the mission director, in accordance with the OceanGate Health, Safety, and Environmental procedures, and based upon the last known position of the Titan, and given the 2 meter per minute ascent rate, the Titan was expected to surface at approximately 3 p.m. local time. Mission 5, June 18, 2023 continues. When the Titan did not surface, OceanGate followed their health, safety, and environmental procedures, and the Polar Prince began a grid pattern surface search. The grid pattern search resulted in negative sightings. The master of the Polar Prince stated, at 1827 or 627, following a meeting in my cabin with, amongst others, OceanGate staff, I called the Joint Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax by sat phone, but communications with the Joint Rescue Coordination Center were shortly thereafter cut off. When I reestablished communication, I was informed by the Joint Rescue Coordination Center that the area of the Titanic wreck is under the search and rescue jurisdiction of the Rescue Coordination Center in Boston. At 7:10 p.m. local on June 18, 2023, in accordance with the OceanGate loss of communication protocol, after 3 hours of searching the surface with negative results, the Polar Prince contacted the Canadian Coast Guard, who referred them to the U.S. Coast Guard Rescue Coordination Center in Boston. Upon receiving the notification, the 1st Coast Guard District Command Center entered distress phase 4. On June 22nd, 2023, at
I've never seen this
10:50
picture before.
a.m. local time, the Pelagic Research Services 6000 remotely operated vehicle, which had been searching since arrival at the distress location, discovered the aft tail cone and other debris of the Titan on the seafloor after extensive searching. This discovery led to the conclusive evidence of the catastrophic loss of the submersible Titan and the death of all 5 crew members aboard. To the right is an image of some of the Titan wreckage on the seafloor. During the 2 recovery operations, presumed human remains were recovered from the Titan ocean floor site. The remains were recovered and respectfully transported to shore. The Air Force Medical Examiner System, located at Dover, Delaware, positively identified DNA profile for the 5 victims, and the Rhode Island Medical Examiner matched the DNA profiles to the victims and coordinated decedent affairs with the families.
Now, see, that tells you the power of an implosion like this at that depth. The gooey substance they found was just presumed to be human flesh. They had to do DNA testing on it to make sure it was human flesh and identify the families. Yeah. And
this concludes Coast Guard Exhibit 001, the hearing overview factual presentation. Thank you for your attention.
now they should be showing us an animation next, according to their schedule.
Thank you. I'd like to make one correction to the voiceover for the presentation. On slide 6, the OceanGate Foundation was the voiceover indicated that was a company under OceanGate, and there's just an associated organization. Also, there were some lost voiceover communications during the presentation. That exhibit will be posted on the Coast Guard's public site.
And he also said
for review,
2,500 meters instead of
if the public's
250 meters
interested
for
in
the tow length.
reviewing it in depth. At this time, we're going to show an animation that was created by Coast Guard auxiliarist Gary Markle. This animation was created using
Yes,
automatic identification system information from the Polar Prince, as well as telemetry data that was provided from the Titan Submersible. It includes all of the text communications between the surface vessel and the Titan, which were the only means of communication during the dive. Lieutenant Steele?
Well, this should be very interesting and very telling. Wait, we don't get a voiceover for this? It's just a... All right. Well, as long as they're going to be quiet and just show how things happen, we'll read some of these super chats we've done so far. Matthew agrees as Paul. I expect Captain Phillips with a steel chair. Okay, they're good. They're not doing it in real time. We don't have to sit there for this for 2 days. Pinochet's helicopter tours. Thank you also for the $2 super chat. Will there be keel hauling in this hearing? Plank? Well, probably not, because pretty much everybody on board it was a plank by the end. Ike, thank you very much for being a member for 15 months. Ike, if this hearing is like the ones I attended when I was in the Navy and Merchant Navy, it'll be fairly dull, but at least everyone's wearing pretty uniforms. Well, I think it's already been pretty informative in that we've learned that things were worse than we thought they were with the history of the submersible and the company. Saddle up Vicky Sue, member for 2 months. Why is it investigated? They knew the dangers, because that is their job. It's sort of like, the same reason that car accidents, plane accidents, train accidents are investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board. This is the Coast Guard's Marine Investigation Board investigating a maritime accident, presumably to find out what went wrong and how to avoid it in the future, and to make recommendations. Fun fact, the Coast Guard can't make laws. They can't order people to do things. They can make recommendations. Okay, here's the accident time. Okay, they're still going down. They're at 600 meters now. Jonathan Irwin on the $2, and when it didn't work, they blew into it. Potentially criminal Sean. Hey, how you doing, Sean? Development lasted 2 to 3 years. I assume 2 to 3 months. But how much actual time was spent working on it during those 3 years? Hack. Looks like they're already starting to have some communication problems, or that they're sending texts over each other. Wing says, so did it explode as soon as they lost communication? Well, I guess that's one of the things that we're going to find out. And I can't remember, gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those 5 Legal Vices memberships, please, please, please give I Can't Remember a super special thanks for that. And Matthew agrees that, well, the front fell off. It's not supposed to do that. Great reference. I might play that later. Thank you, Mathis. Did I say Matthew? Thank you, Mathis. Okay, so now it looks like it's making a rotation because you can't see it. It's down here under me. I have to move this. The Titanic is down here right by the fast forward button where I can't highlight it. It's down there in the bottom. It's that little spot in the bottom left corner. So it looks like the submersible rotated so that they would be facing the Titanic wreck as they descended. All right, they're at 1,700 meters now. They're about halfway there, halfway to their deaths. They're not getting messages, it looks like. Oh, and by the way, apologies to those of you that don't know that might be new around these parts. The snoring you hear are my 2 English bulldogs that are asleep on the floor here next to me. It's not me, it's the 2 dogs. I apologize for that. Okay, they checked the comm, so they went. Looks like they couldn't get communication for a bit. Then they regained communications. Good for a second. Okay, good. Oh, that's interesting. Lost system and chat settings. Okay. They're about 1,000 feet away from their doom right now. Someone asked up here, why did they repeat so? I was Roger Stone. Why did they repeat so much? Well, apparently they couldn't get in communication with them because the communication system had fritzed out. Apparently, from what they were saying. Then, of course, you always want to be in communication some way or other, even if it's through the keystroke communication, which they outlined there at the beginning. All right, now the bad stuff is going to happen here in just a few seconds. $2,800 meters. And now it looks like they're kind of angling towards the wreck, down towards the bottom left-hand corner there, kind of angling a little bit. These guys are 300 meters away from their deaths right now. Yeah. So quiet, and they're just okay. They did drop their weights. I need to cross-reference that with the time that the U.S. Navy said that they heard the sound of the implosion.
This concludes our animation recreation of the events. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess before we call our first witness, Mr. Tony Nissen. And so this hearing will reconvene at 9:40. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll be able to skip through a little bit of this here, but I want to catch us up, talk a little bit, then we'll skip through the rest of the break. All right, everybody, welcome. We're an hour and 12 minutes into this. Let's put this down here so we know we're paying attention. There we go. They're going to set their timer. We'll mute them. All right. Right. Comments, people. Let me see your comments down there. Island with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Was there any legal obligation to disclose all the inspection flaws to passengers? I assume they were supposed to remediate them. Yeah, well, they had 70 to do one time, 13 the other. The thing is, they had these areas identified, but who's checking, who's monitoring to make sure they do it? It was all in-house stuff. So yeah, they just have to check it off. But the question you're asking, I mean, like criminal things, not really, but it's the family of Nargiole has already filed a civil suit. We covered that about a month or so ago on our Maritime Monday. But that's one of the things they're alleging, that they signed the risks waiver, but they're saying that shouldn't apply because they weren't told how really bad it was. So that question is definitely going to come into play during the civil case, most definitely, because that's sort of how they're trying to get around the waiver. And it was a pretty, the waiver, I think, mentioned that there's a possibility of death like 3 times in this very short waiver. But this is saying the plaintiffs are saying, okay, we knew there was a risk of death, but they didn't disclose how serious the risks were, how many problems there were, what exactly was the possible problems. And so that's an important issue. And Sonia or Chris, thank you so much. Sounds like negligence to me. Yep. there's a whole lot of negligence going on. And one thing I do want to mention here, I normally don't do this, but because this deals with the employee of a longtime supporter of the channel, he asked me to put up a link to a GoFundMe for the wife and 2 children of one of his employees who died of a stroke a week or so ago, 54 years old. I don't endorse these things. I don't recommend you do it. I don't recommend you don't do it. I'm just going to put the link here in chat to the Ivan Amanya family GoFundMe. If it's something you feel inclined to do, go check it out. Do some research. Decide if it's something you want to do, and it's up to you guys. Again, I don't say one way or the other. There we put it there in chat. All right. Well, hey, split it up. It's split up into 2. Let me do that again. Why is it so long? There. No, that's my Rumble thing. that's the link on Rumble if you want to go watch it there. Let's try that one more time. Here's the GoFundMe link. And again, if it's something you want to check, dang it. The link is too long. Well, I tried. I don't think it all came through on one text, did it? All right. No, if we click on it, we'll go there. Oh, it does. Okay. If you click on it, it does go there. Again, that's the last time I'll mention that if it's something you feel like you want to do, please do it. If you don't, and find out. Go there, check it out, find out if that's something that you want to contribute to. I said I don't normally do them, but it was asked as a special favor from a longtime supporter of the channel to assist with the family of his employee. All right, let's see here. Other chats. Oh, we have Adara the Wholesome, who's been a member for 11 months. Morning, Jeff. Heads up to the many non-headphone users. You are easily 7 to 8 times louder than the court audio. What's the next retro trial, by the way? We'll talk about that later. That'll be a few weeks down the line. Now, It sounds fine to me. I was listening to it on I have a Galaxy phone. The balance sounded just fine to me. So it's always a thing. Some people hear it differently. Other people hear it differently. But I think we're pretty much as balanced as we're gonna get it now. Mathis, we might play the clip at the end. All right, let me fast forward through the break here so that we actually are in real time once more. Okay, there's 2 minutes before they get back to business, so we'll go here and see what you guys have to say about this. It's hard to gauge risk of death when everywhere you go in California there are signs shouting at you that you're doomed to get cancer. Well, it's a little bit easier to assess the risks of being smashed in a can. Let's see. Waivers shouldn't be applicable if those risks were suppressed or hidden from the passengers. And again, that is what the family of Nargiole is arguing in their lawsuit. There was no coming back. Shock not protected from the elements. Oh yeah, they had when they just stored the submersible in a parking lot, uncovered for 7 months. Yeah, that's odd to say the least. Oh, Will Call Magic. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Jeff, and my favorite chat. Well, it was Will Call Magic's employee there. I didn't know if you wanted me to mention that, but you say thank you, Jeff. So I assume that it's okay. It was Will Call Magic's employee that passed, and they had the GoFundMe for. All right, we're a good 22 seconds away here. They'll probably start on time because military. And again, we've got the dogs here. The dogs are sleeping peacefully. We're about 50 away from the emotional support potato pig dog cam, by the way, in case anybody's keeping score at home for that. We have a good track going. We have a good track record going of unleashing the hounds. That's a reward again for those of you that don't know that are just following the channel. We unleash the emotional support potato pig dog English bulldog cam when we get the $100 level, which is just a nice little way of saying thank you. All right, they are back. So
and factual evidence provided.
This is our first witness.
Supply the background for Exhibit 001 included extensive evidence provided by OceanGate. And since the beginning, they have been providing the MBI with the requested documents. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
And while they're doing it, we have 563 people here, 385
At this
likes,
time,
120.
we will now hear testimony from Mr. Tony Nissen,
We do maritime.
the former OceanGate Director of Engineering. Mr. Nissen, thank you for being here today.
Here's where it gets
real. Administer your oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Ms. Nissen, Lieutenant Commander Whalen will be the lead for your questioning. Lieutenant Commander Whalen.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Nissen.
Morning, sir.
All of my questions are related to your background and then your experience with OceanGate as a Director of Engineering.
Sure, sounds good.
I'd like to thank you for being here, and I will ask you, as I'm asking you questions, we will take breaks. If you need a break, please let us know. We'll let you take a break.
I may need a couple, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nissen, I would first like to start off by having you tell me about your education and relevant work history prior to OceanGate.
Sure, sir. If I may, just take a minute. I just wanted to express my condolences to those lost directly. I know up to June of 2019, and there's some things that I saw in this presentation that are disturbing. I didn't think I'd need a break, but I wasn't kidding when I said I might need one later on.
Yes, bye, Franz. This is
There's
live.
some things that bother me professionally and personally. So, so I apologize for some of my pauses. Education and background.
Yes, sir.
We'll start as it pertains to this function.
Yes, sir.
Solely, right? I mean, we all bring our histories to the table when we do stuff, but sometimes it's not appropriate. For this one, it actually started back in the 90s. I was an electronics tech in the Navy. I went in there wanting to be a firefighter, but that didn't work out. I went to dive school. I was a Navy deep sea diver and an electronics tech. So in those two functions, the electronics wise, I could troubleshoot anything from a toaster to a radar set. Back then, even digital circuits. I'm old enough where I got tube theory. I don't know that they do that anymore. I left the Navy going into hyperbaric medicine. I was a HBO tech. I installed and ran the first multi-place hyperbaric facility in the state of Utah in the late 90s. Most of what we did there was wound healing and treatment, but it was a multi-place facility big enough to treat, I think it was a family of 6 or so. These are really large life support systems in hyperbaric environments. Definitely not to be confused with a hypobaric environment. I went to college after that, wanting to study electrical engineering. I was just good at electronics. Found that I love understanding how stuff breaks. So I studied material science and engineering, graduated from UC Berkeley with a bachelor's in that. For focus at college, I focused on carbon fiber structures, corrosion, electronic materials, and nautical science. Took a semester in shipbuilding.
He's the guy that took the carbon fiber
turned out to help me a lot
from theory to completed object. So
after I got my degree with a background in electronics, I was hired by ATK Launch Systems. We built the solid rocket boosters for the space shuttle. I designed instruments for them. My claim to fame there is I designed an instrument to measure temperature, pressure, and displacement inside an O-ring groove during a rocket motor firing. A very difficult task to do. If everybody remembers the first space shuttle accident, that was an O-ring failure.
Yeah.
And it turned out 20 years later, we were still troubleshooting possible blow-by by O-rings. In that job, I ascended to the level of project engineer. And so I was more or less the integration project engineer for the assembly of really, really large structures, rockets, more or less. I got a little bit more education in there. I have a certification in configuration management, CM2 principles from the Institute of Configuration Management. That's a semester-long course that we took in 2 weeks. Critical to maybe the discussion we're going to talk about today, for sure. I thought space vehicles was interesting. Wasn't my passion. Trying to find something different. One thing led to another. I got picked up to build a test facility for BE Aerospace in Everett, Washington, and I did that. I built a test facility to test FAA and EASA conformed structures for static testing, meant to go inside aircraft. I built that structure for about $250,000, and we outperformed Boeing 23-11. I just wanted that on public record.
This isn't funny, dude.
After that, I went to certification. I ran projects installing certified systems in aircraft. Not my passion either. And then I found OceanGate. And I applied to OceanGate to be a technician. I just wanted to build submersibles. That was it. I actually didn't want to do the role. I didn't apply for the role that they asked me to do. That's probably my background in a nutshell for this.
You had mentioned certification. Can you talk to me about the importance of certification at your previous jobs?
Right, that's a good question. A certification provides provides a path for an outcome. It's a known path. It's a structured path. The outcome is not guaranteed, unfortunately. As we have certification in aircraft, every so often we still lose a plane. There are in certification path.
But you didn't have certification for this. It's not like a certified plane falling out of the sky, dude. This is an uncertified and perhaps couldn't have been certified because of the carbon fiber shell that you developed. So a little bit different there, Skippy.
There are allowances, maybe for convenience, that seem to not stop biting us in the rear. For example, in aviation certification, there is a term called similarity. And so when design engineers and project engineers and program managers are sitting at a table looking at a path forward, and they're trying to figure out how are we going to make this work, and you need to pick a certification path, the first one you want to do is similarity. And similarity says that, well, this design isn't different enough that we need a different part number or a different certification path. So even within certification itself, there's some ways that we get bitten by it.
Where's he going with this? There was nothing even remotely similar to what he did.
Quite frankly, to go recertify an airplane, a passenger airplane, almost prohibitively expensive, which is why the path of similarity is loved so much. But the certification path itself does give a structured way to get someplace. Usually it's been vented. Usually it's been tested and found to be helpful. Does that answer that?
Yes. Thank you, sir. And what year did you begin working with OceanGate?
March of 2016.
Okay. And in March of 2016, what were you hired on as?
The director of engineering.
Okay. And what were your roles and responsibilities in that job as the director of engineering?
It's another interesting question. So I was pitched by OceanGate that the Cyclops 2 craft was nearly complete in the sense that all the items were in place. They just needed somebody to take it over the finish line. And they wanted somebody with an extensive marine background. I didn't talk about that in my calls. Taught sailing and yachting. I have a Coast Guard master's license, 50 ton.
I don't think yachting really.
They wanted somebody that was, originally I was going to be the director of marine operations as well. They were having some issues in the marine side, and that's the execution side. So in their mind's eye, I was going to put together the parts and then just start executing it. And so my apologies, that's my watch telling me I have an abnormally high heart rate.
Oh, great.
I was originally asked
Garmin's ratting it out.
to just finish this. It was going to be a year, and that's it. I wasn't asked to design a sub.
Okay, and we'll get into that a little bit.
Sounds good.
When you joined OceanGate, was there a company mission or a vision, and how did that progress moving forward throughout your years?
Can you help me understand like a little bit about like what do you want to know about company?
Of course.
Vision?
So as you joined in 2016,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned the Cyclops 2 project,
Mhm.
which we now know to be, or if you can confirm that, is the Titan
Mhm.
project.
It was,
And
yeah.
so from here on out, if we could, we'll call it, understand the Cyclops 2 as Titan.
Sure.
Okay. So what was the vision for the Titan, and Mr. Rush's vision as you know it, for the Titan in the future of OceanGate?
Right. This might be hard to believe. When I hired on, I had no idea they planned on going to the Titanic. I was never told that.
At what point were you told that?
I was about Oh, it was a couple weeks that I was working. I was talking to Joe Perry in his office, and he had a big bottle of the Titanic in there. And I thought, oh, that's a cool model. You must love ships. You must love wrecks. I think he didn't even come out and tell me specifically, but just the way that he was talking, I thought, oh, these guys plan on going on the Titanic. I had no idea. I know that sounds weird. Like, why would you take a job where you don't know what that vision is? But I
Yeah.
wasn't told that's where we're going. I was told, hey, here's this carbon fiber idea in a submersible, and we want you to go finish it and put it together.
I
Sure,
think
I
he's
need something to do for a year.
I think it's just incredibly nervous right now, Alan. But yeah.
In your preliminary interview, you stated that you were a good fit for OceanGate.
Mm.
If you remember, can you expound on that to exactly what you meant by that?
In order to fit a organization that, one, needs leadership and guidance. Two, is going to do something new and different, kind of outside the box. So you definitely have to be able to think outside the box. I am not a sustaining engineer. I'm glad we have them, but a sustaining engineer just keeps the design that's already there going. I would be bored to tears if I were to do that. So that doesn't fit my persona at all. I love the sea. It's not that I love everything about it, but I love working in the sea. I'm not a big fan of scuba diving unless I have tools in my pocket. I love doing stuff down there. I love the quiet and the serenity of it. I love ships. I love going to sea. And I love operations like that. I think they're fun. It gives me something in the morning to look forward to. I'm not much of a sit behind the computer, although I have one here, kind of a person. And so you kind of need to be that type of person to do that. It's to be able to be a technical person and an operations person. That is a very unique body to do.
And I'd like to read a quote from your preliminary interview, which is what I'd like to speak more pointed to. And you stated, I think every regulatory agency, with the exception, well, it is the FDA, Nuclear Regulatory Agency, Regulatory Commission, EOSA, FAA, another regulatory body. I don't know, quite a few. So complying with regulatory requirements, I have pretty broad experience with that as well. So pretty much from OceanGate's perspective, I was probably a good fit.
Yes. So that is another maybe unique history is to know how these regulatory bodies work. They all work a little bit differently, really, but then to understand some things like what the difference is between should and shall. Believe it or not, that's a long discussion in engineering planning meetings and when you're trying to get a design through. Do we have to do it, or is it a good idea? And that's beyond whether or not the team gets past the discussion of whether or not it's a good idea or not. But no, true. To be able to.
Oh, that's interesting. So your personal safety depends on semantics. We made safety determinations based on semantics. The difference between should and shall do something. Great.
To be able to understand what a regulatory body means, maybe even how to communicate with them, which is a little bit different, is probably helpful, I think.
When you began with OceanGate, what was the size of the engineering department at OceanGate?
0. It was Stockton, really. Let's say 1, but he wasn't doing the engineering. So the OceanGate employee, I was number 1. OceanGate had agreements to use APL for control systems and mechanical systems. And then it was Brian Spencer for the hull. And they already had an engineering team identified to cast titanium domes if it went that way. Brian Spencer would have been the carbon fiber end domes if they would have gone that way. And so that team was already in place, and that was the engineering team that Stockton was using for a while until they got there.
Okay, and we'll get more into those as well.
Sure.
So how many total employees were at OceanGate at the time when you first came on? Approximate.
6, 7, 8, 9, probably 10. I'd say mostly operations, one marketing, COO, Stockton.
And how would you describe the workplace environment when you started with the company?
It was
This guy, great success. That's the
the
answer.
first week was great.
The first week was great. All right. Oh, he's getting emotional here.
It was hard to catch up to them. It was obvious that I was coming into what I felt was like a club, and that's kind of hard being an outsider. All these folks had worked so long, and so I was searching for how am I going to establish my legs here, and what am I going to do? So the first week was good. It was quite literally the second week where I started wondering, like, how am I going to be here? How am I going to exist? So it was a challenge from about week 2 on.
And were you able to overcome that challenge?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, wow. So he never really felt like
not within the broader OceanGate whatsoever. But the engineering team that I built, absolutely. I think we ended up getting to about 20, 25 people, I think, if I remember right. It was pretty substantial. We were 50% of the company, and I think I felt most at home there. But no, until I hired my first hire, maybe I didn't mention that in my calls. I'm not afraid to stand in the forest alone, and I was kind of like that a bit.
And you had stated that when you first were hired, you weren't aware of the Titanic expedition vision or moving forward.
No, yeah.
So what were you told regarding the project at the beginning of your?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the Titan, was to go to the Titanic. And he's saying he signed on board and joined them before he knew what the company vision was. That seems kind of weird to me.
At the beginning of your employment, where did you come into that process at?
They were just going to build a deep sea carbon fiber hulled submersible. And I thought, that's interesting. Okay. Like, they have a couple of reports that said it's possible. All the items were in place. Really?
A couple of reports to say that a carbon fiber hull deep sea submersible would be possible. A couple of reports. So yeah. Why didn't you do those non-destructive testing things again?
It was an integration project. So, yeah, I could do that.
Was there any mention of having this submersible classed or built to a classification standard?
There was talk about, yes. So Stockton would go back and forth on whether or not he was going to have it classed, but
and again, the class they're talking about is the classification societies. There's Germanischer Lloyd, DNV, ABS. They're the world classification societies, and they register your ship as being seaworthy. They give their seal of, well, not really register. They give it their seal of approval. The classification society, and all the commercial vessels, they are required to maintain class certification. And if you have any kind of accident, any kind of safety deal, they will go over the ship inch by inch and tell you, before you sail, before we will allow you to sail with a class certificate, you have to repair this, and this. This, and this can wait to be repaired later. And you have to do it, or they will rip your class and they won't let you sail. They're safety oriented. That's their purpose. When you're building a ship, any time that you build a ship, and we have like the Hyundai shipyards down there, we have the Samsung shipyards and the Daewoo shipyards a couple hours down there. So that's what I deal with these contracts quite a bit. These shipbuilding contracts will always have someone from the classification society you're going to use. That person will literally have an office there on site at the shipyard, and they will monitor the building of every piece of that ship. So the classification is very, very important. It's very, very, it gives you credibility. And it also guarantees that you have a safe ship or a safe submersible in this case. So the fact it freaks me out a little bit that they're doing this deep sea, incredibly risky diving thing. And they're like, yeah, should we have a classification society or not? The fact that is even an issue and even a question is weird to me.
Classing conversation was always there, and the inspection. And when I came on, it was going to be a much more collaborative effort with either regulatory or classing agencies. And I know throughout the weeks, I think Stockton tried. I don't know any of those conversations, but I know that when we would talk, he would like to have it, or he would have liked to have it done. It seemed like a dead end for him every step of the way. And I wish I knew why it never got there.
Did you ever
So
ask?
when you entered the company, how far along was the Titan project?
So Dave Dyer at APL had a mechanical systems drawing. Pete Brodsky had the control system done. That was all done on Cyclops 1. The landing gear, everything external to the hull, that was on Cyclops 1. Mechanical and electrical was already done, by APL. There was a company in, I think it was Albany, Oregon, that was to cast the titanium domes. Turned out to be not a viable option. Brian Spencer of Spencer Composites had the hull figured out. His analyst, Grover, produced a design and analysis report that said that this thing's going to go well beyond, which I can show you later, well beyond what the target was. All those parts were in place. That's it. We were supposed to get the same parts that were on Cyclops 1 and put them on Cyclops 2. And
again, Cyclops 2 is the Titan.
Put it together. Let's go test it, qual it, cert it, and done.
So what was your role as a director of engineering specific to the Titan project when you came in with Titan?
It was to bring that together. Right.
And what were some of the challenges that you faced with implementing Cyclops 1 parts, specifications, applications, and accessories to the carbon fiber hull on the Titan? That's a good question. So the big challenge for the differences between Cyclops 1 and Titan, and I gotta say, when we're talking about Titan here, and me with respect to Titan, and we're talking about the development, this is serial number 1. Like what they did in serial number 2, I don't know. So you can expound on that.
Yeah. So and it's kind of, I don't want to make a ton of corrections to your presentation. Loved it. It was great. I think on sheet 2, we talked about Titan. There was no differentiating Titan, but there absolutely is. The serial number 1 is not serial number 2. And then I think it was sheet 1, we're talking about, I think it's the very first sentence in the very first paragraph, we talked about identifying whether or not there's technical issues and design problems and whatnot, but culture is missing from there. I wish I would have seen culture on there for sure. But the differences between Cyclops 1 and Titan serial number 1, where are you going to get the power from? So Cyclops 1 had the power for the thrusters and everything internal, underneath the floor, big battery bank. We couldn't do that in Titan and Cyclops 2. That was a huge difference. Another significant difference was Omar at Interspace kept promising the thrusters to us, and this went on for months. I would call him, it seemed like every week, and he finally said, well, I can't give you the same ones. You're going to have a different thruster, and I think I had to do something with the resolver inside the thruster, but it was a way that the thruster communicated with whatever inputs were coming in. That's where I wanted to stop my education on thrusters. That's it. But okay, so I can't use that, and that forced me to hire an electrical engineer and a software engineer, because everything that Pete Brodsky had done at APL was now not going to be used. And then now the hardware that was inside the control bottles had to be changed and different. And so the systems wise, the most difficult part of that transition really was the control system and how are we going to store battery power? How are we going to get that between the two submersibles?
And I think it's important with your role as the director of engineering with regards to Cyclops 1 and to the Titan project to understand the timeline of the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab,
Oh,
which you
Nicola.
mentioned earlier. What was the role of the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab as you knew it as a director of engineering?
Dave Dyer was the mechanical representative. So he was a mechanical engineer. He did mechanical systems. So
Don't you dare
ladders,
leave.
designs, landing gear, stuff like that. If you had a wire going to it, Dave wasn't your person. Pete Brodsky did controls. And then the operations group really did the primary power, secondary power, battery storage. But for APL, that was it.
And how would you describe the working relationship between the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate?
It depends on who you were.
In your
If you were from my perspective,
Yeah.
Pete Brodsky and I got along well. Pete Brodsky and Stockton, not so much as we got to Titan. Titan. Pete wasn't okay with using glass spheres on the outside and decided to remove himself from the project for that reason. And respectfully, Stockton didn't make a big issue of it to Pete at all, but he was mattered and all get out for sure. He was not happy about that because we were losing Pete. And Dave Dyer, if you were
They
the
fired
director of operations at the
one of
time,
the guys who was
Scott
questioning their use of the.
Griffith, and then marine
carbon
operations was Dave
safety.
Lockridge. That working relationship was great, but it wasn't so great with me.
And this is approximately 2016 to 2017?
This is 2016. This is spring of 2016, early summer, late spring. As we got into the June, I think it was June or July, we tested the last or the 1/3 scale to find out where it destructed. So that was that summer. So leading into that, a very tumultuous time. So starting about a week or two after I hired on, up until that implosion.
And that was with you in the operations division or with UW APL?
No, the UW APL, the Dave Dyer with very cozy to Scott Griffith and David Lockridge. It was in
David
May
Lockridge was
of
one
that
of
time when I put together a good case to
There
sell
was a
that
lawsuit.
relationship. And we did.
And that's about the time that you decided, or OceanGate decided to bring all engineering in-house with the exception of utilizing the testing facility at UW APL.
We did, yeah, we had to.
And you had mentioned the glass spheres, the motor pod controllers that are external to the pressure hull.
Mhm.
Can you describe to me what those are and why they're utilized and why glass was so important?
The glass spheres, they're actually rated really, really well. You can go deep with those things, and they're used in other systems. So this is, in engineering, we would call it COTS. It's commercial off the shelf. And don't reinvent something if somebody
Commercial off the shelf literally is what that says it is. It means they don't design it, they don't build it. They go down to Home Depot and buy lights. They go to Best Buy and buy a Logitech gaming joystick. Yeah, that's literally commercial off the shelf. You go to the store and you buy the stuff.
He's already got it, and the glass spheres were it. It comes with some baggage. Got to take care of them. And
just real quickly, while he was talking about David Lockridge, back in 2018, David Lockridge was terminated. He says wrongfully so, because he had raised concerns about the safety of the hull and suggested there be more testing, and he was booted. And so this is the guy that is talking about that.
you have to really be careful about the sailing surfaces, and when maintenance on them is a little bit trickier, because when you take the two halves apart, you have you now have glass spheres to worry about. But if you oil fill them, your depth is we'd have to look at the spec sheet. Let's say it's really deep, because of oil being non-compressible. So glass spheres was always seen as a great option for the durability and the ability to go. The issue with glass spheres is if they're not oil filled and they fail, it's catastrophic. It's an implosion, and it's not like a metal or a metallic implosion. These have very, very high strength values, but they're brittle, just like the glass in our homes.
And so the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab said that utilizing glass spheres in the atmosphere on the outside, so not in the pressure hull, was a no starter for them.
For Pete Brodsky, for sure. He and you wouldn't put glass spheres in the inside. Well, I guess you could. It'd be overkill. But for the outside, no. And even oil filling them, Pete was not. He was not okay with it, and so personally, he didn't want to be part of it.
And that was the point at which OceanGate ceased the engineering
with Pete. Yep.
Did it continue with Mr. Dyer?
If I remember right, we severed Mr. Dyer with Dave Dyer before Pete. I think we tried to get Pete's help after. I'd have to take a look at that timeline again, but I'm trying to. Dave Dyer was the more pressing issue, because that was the early summer of 2016, where engineering actions that we had to do to complete the bill. He was just non-communicating, and that's really the time. But Pete was after that. And so actually it's fair to say that we didn't sever the relationship with APL all at once at the same time. This is a phased out approach.
And did you end up utilizing the glass spheres as the motor pod controller?
I think we ended up, if I remember right, we designed some aluminum spheres, tested them. I don't think they survived very well, so we went to glass.
Aluminum? All right.
If I remember right. I'd have to shake that one out of the brain.
You mentioned Spencer Composites. Were you involved in the carbon fiber hull winding process?
I watched the whole thing. That's it. So in the process itself, you're talking about the physical build of it. Yeah, so I set up GoPro cameras and watched most of it. I think it took a month, 4 or 6 weeks or something like that. It was a long time. But I went and
he monitored the carbon fiber winding of the hull by monitoring a GoPro camera setup. He wasn't even there. He just set up a GoPro camera and watched it. Oh dear.
And watched it. We were watching for. We were just watching for bad behavior.
Oh, so you weren't watching the monitoring of the winding of the hull. You were monitoring for bad behavior of the people that were winding the carbon fiber on the hull. So you really weren't interested in the winding of the carbon fiber, were you? You were looking to see if people were jerking around. Was it something else? He was just monitoring the employees to make sure they weren't like taking smoke breaks and jerking around. Great.
More than anything. Not that we didn't trust him, just carbon fiber structures are really all about process, and you want to make sure that the process is done well. So we wanted to watch that.
Did you ever visit Spencer Composites, and what was your technical opinion of the facilities and processes?
Oh, a lot, yeah. Well, technical opinion. Brian's done a lot of neat stuff. He's built a lot of, and he prides himself on doing the one-offs, for sure. Facility-wise, it's a bit dirty for me. I guess it wasn't for him, but it was a little bit of a concern of ours. Thought, well, let's just make sure that nobody's, blowing the leaf blower around here because of all this dust while they're winding it. It definitely wasn't aviation grade, clean facility.
And you're the director of engineering, and you never thought to question the use of the carbon fiber, the cleanliness, the sterility of the working environment. You weren't monitoring the actual wrapping of the carbon fiber. You didn't get along with anybody. You're a loner. Dude, what were you doing there? Like literally, what are you doing or were you doing there? He hasn't, nothing so far has had anything to do with him at all.
For sure.
And can you describe the process and why contamination in the area would be extremely important to the hull?
Well, so I have to say that's not my expertise. That's Brian's. And yeah, I mentioned to Brian, do we put a hood over this? No, it's fine.
Okay. You're the director of engineering. Instead of asking, do we put a hood over this? Say, put a hood over this. Dude.
So part of the GoPro cameras and me watching it was we didn't want to make sure no bird flying ahead laid anything to rest inside the windings while it was going down. So it was a little bit of a babysitting job, because if it was a suggestion that we made, such as we're going to put a hood over this, are we worried about dust or something, it was.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Definitely not well received.
And as the director of engineering, did you make all engineering decisions?
No.
Did you make any?
Did you make any engineering decisions?
Yes.
What?
And who would make the majority of the engineering?
Oh, I should be on the questioning panel. So now, this is a very good question. Let's back up and hear this question again.
Did you make any engineering decisions?
Yes.
And who would make the majority of the engineering decisions?
It was Stockton, for sure. And so I just want to mention that
the boss.
I can't remember the name of this poem. I think it's a poem, right? But grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change.
Oh no!
The courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
You missed the wisdom to know the difference part, I think. Dude, don't go bringing the serenity prayer into these hearings. Oh God. All right. I need a break here. Let's read some of the super chats and stuff going on here that we didn't get to. Let's take just a 1 or 2 minute break here before I implode. Adara the Wholesome, I'm announcing that I'm going to sue a ham sandwich. Okay. And John 2004, member for 8 months. With that statement, it sounds like he feels directly responsible. Well, that's kind of how he started out, wasn't it? He sort of started to sound like he was going to fall on the sword. But now he hasn't made a decision about anything. He doesn't know anybody, and he needs the serenity prayer to get him through a day, because he's worried about people acting up and jerking around during the day, or birds laying nests or shitting on the carbon fiber. Oh, all right. Let's not get too far afield with my ranting here. Josh with the $2. Thank you very much. Jeff, do you get the vibe this guy has an agenda? I started out thinking no. Then I started thinking he wants to make himself look really, really good by, you know, talking up his credentials and some of the comments he made. Now I think his agenda is to try to avoid responsibility for anything. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Nathan C. This guy is weirder than the DJT shooter yesterday. Okay, we'll just leave that right there, Nathan Z. Thank you very much. Son here, Chris, with the $5. He's trying to justify the corner cutting. These guys were a bunch of cowboys and just did what they wanted with little to no regulation for safety, with little to no regard for safety. Yeah, that's what. And anybody that questions the boss gets sacked. You know, where the why the hell did his name just David the previous guy, David Lockridge. Phew. Yeah, David Lockridge. He had the courage and the testicular fortitude, as we used to say, to stand up, and he got sacked for it. This guy's just like, oh, all right, well, yeah, maybe possibly we might want to, you know, put a tent over the carbon fiber so it doesn't get dirty and birds don't shit on it. But whatever you say, Stockton. So yeah, Duncan Idaho gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. If you got that, I hope you said thanks. I can't remember who got it. Island with the $5. So the head of engineering, who's done with thrusters and not an expert in hulls, just quoted the AA Serenity prayer. This hurts my brain. It's kind of hurting all of our brains a little bit, to be honest. Man. Yeah. And Agony Goose says, let's Moscow whether the passengers live. Gosh, it's been Moscow to Moscow. It's the Moscow priority, the must have, should have, could have, and won't have. That's the Moscow. Yeah, that's kind of what they did. You know, should we do this? Do we have to do this? If not, can't. Yeah. They basically Moscowed the passengers' lives. Imagine being a billionaire and going to see the Titanic in a carbon fiber submersible that he built. It was his baby, I guess. So, you know. All right, with that that lowered my heart rate. If I was wearing a Garmin like him, my heart rate probably would have gone up listening to him testify. Let's get back to we are now. Looks like we are. How far away are we from unleashing the emotional support potato pig dog cams? 40. Well, we are $30 away from the emotional support potato pig dog cam.
My job as the director of engineering is more about rounding up the cattle than it is about making all the choices.
Oh my God, my blood pressure just spiked again. Oh my God.
Rounding up the cattle.
His job as director of engineering is to round up the cattle and not make engineering decisions?
Than it is about making all the choices.
Rounding up the cattle.
For sure. Showing the leadership to the younger people that are coming in.
Well, yeah, you should
maybe to raise the technical questions when it's appropriate and go do that research. If I could control it, or if I did control it, it was a significant problem or a significant issue, which maybe we'll talk about. That's how 18 strain gauges got on the hull. I wasn't going to settle for anything else. So an engineering decision like that, I made it. And
you made one,
and
right?
I argued about it a lot. But pretty much, if the technical decision for, well, let's say the technical decisions for the case itself, the carbon fiber structure, as Brian Spencer, I could raise the alarms all I want. But it's Brian Spencer, look at Stockton, and he'd say, this is what we got. This is what we're going with.
And Aussie Wombat just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Jim Schuler, Daily Quick Bites, AC's Wildflower. Who else got one here? AC's Wildflower. Where are you? Jim Schuler, Daily Quick Bites, AC's Wildflower, Tony Rattle, and Bingo Brew Tea. You guys got the 5 Legal Vices memberships gifted by Aussie Wombat. Give Aussie a super special thanks. And let's get on with the cattle herder that made one decision to put some extra things on it.
To the extent that I wasn't comfortable really with the fact that we weren't going to have witness panels. I couldn't understand that about Brian. Like how would you build this without a witness panel? That's so basic. Seems so basic. But I couldn't stop that. To get the witness panels, the manual was already done, and Stockton wanted to go with that. So this is just a couple of examples of how I could influence it, and some things that, if it mattered enough, then I'd fight for it. And if it didn't matter enough, I'd find a way I can mitigate it.
And was that Mr. Rush's management technique just to you, or was that employed throughout others that you witnessed at OceanGate?
Yeah, Stockton, I'm struggling to find the professional words to be able to put it. I'm an old Navy diver, right? There's a bunch of words I could use, but
you worked for the guy for years, bruh. Well, was it years? Was it a year? You worked for him for long enough.
Stockton would fight for what he wanted, and what he wanted, even if it changed from day to day, right? Like he would fight for what he wanted, and he wouldn't give an inch much at all. So the fights that I had.
Well, then you've got to have the you've got to have the I guess the courage, or the I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but yeah, the balls to make the hard choice. Okay, this is going to kill people. He's not listening to anything. He listened to one thing. We're in an unsterile environment. We're not doing things right. You got to have the balls to step away or face the consequences. Otherwise, you're not allowed to come back later and whine and bitch if you were treated unfairly. Nobody listened to you, but you stuck around and you sucked it up. Well, Sibling Creature just gifted 20 Aussies in the super chat. Sounds like he was the director of engineering in name only. Well, as John Gary said, if it went horribly wrong and killed 5 people, it was not part of my responsibilities. But yeah, thank you so much for that, Sibling Creature. I appreciate it. And Ike dropping the 5. Stockton Rush hired this guy as his engineering director. So he could easily walk all over without resistance. What a weak person. Stockton Rush wanted yes man. Clearly. You're either going to not allow yourself to be a yes man and face the consequences, or you're going to be the yes man he wanted, which to me takes away your standing to whine about being a yes man later. And Aussie Wombat says dog cam. All right, we have got to that point where we've continued the over 2-week stretch, and Strawberry just vacated the building. Let's find a dog. We have a dog, but all right. I had the camera trained on the dog, but just as soon as we got there, the dog wandered away. Let me find a dog, and we'll get to it. But we have got to that part of the show that we call Release the Hounds. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get on with this, and I'll put the cam on when a dog comes back into focus.
Had with Stockton, most of it behind closed doors, because as the director of engineering, let's keep continuity in the crew. And they can't really know that the 2 people on top are in solid disagreement.
Yes, they do. They can.
Most people would just eventually back down from Stockton.
Like you did.
It was almost death by 1,000 cuts in most of the things.
Or in a big implosion.
I hope that answers that question. I don't know a really good professional way to organize that in my brain right now.
You had mentioned witness panels. Can you briefly explain what a witness panel is for the record?
Right. So witness panel, if you were to, what was the whole, like 8 feet or something, if you're going to make an 8-foot carbon fiber structure like this, make 2 extra feet, cut those off, keep those in a vault or someplace temperature controlled, humidity controlled, and wrap them up. So if you have a problem, you can go back to what it was. You can do mechanical testing on it. You can do chemical testing on it. You can send it to where you need to go. But if, like in the case where we're sitting here today, somebody's going to try to come up with a reason why this thing imploded, serial number 2 now, without a way to know how it was built. It's in these types of systems. That's a pretty important thing to do.
This guy reminds me of Grima Wormtongue from Tolkien. Saruman's little simp. He hated Saruman. He hated being under his thumb. He didn't like him, but he still stuck around and still did his bidding. He reminds me of that a little bit.
Did you make that recommendation?
100%. 100%.
And it was denied by?
Brian Spencer in Stockton. The mandrel was already built and the size was already committed. So when I came into the program, that was done. They already had a plan to go forward with it. So there's, some, I think it was David Lockridge's complaint. I think in one of the complaints was you can see light through the end. Well, that's because there's the 3 inches. If you could see light, I mean, there's discussion to happen around that, but let's suppose that you could. That's the 3 inches that was supposed to be cut off. Witness panel would have been the one to measure that, and Brian Stockton didn't want to do it. Stockton, I think for that one, Stockton was more open to it. I think he was already on course to get done, right? I came into the program for serial number 1, and they had already, the size was committed, Mandrel was already committed and built. Brian Spencer already had his path. Items like that, and the fact that maybe we shouldn't cast titanium domes and put this in deep sea pressure because of the void concentration, Stockton really didn't know and understand at the time. And for a while there was probably a honeymoon phase with Stockton and I for a while, because it kind of blew his mind. He actually told me one day over lunch, he's like, "Thank God you were here."
And why do you think he was making those decisions? Are you aware of why he was making those decisions? Was there a benefit to him, or just the way he thought?
To not like build another mandrel?
Sure.
Oh, it was cost. Yeah, I mean, we could have done it.
And what about testing? Was any testing conducted on the first Titan hull? Prior or while it was just after its manufacturing?
Right. Okay. So yeah. So mechanical testing really wasn't something that we could do on it. Acoustic testing, we wanted to do on it, and we tried. We had some experts come and take a look at the parts that were cut off and try to get through the hull. We went and saw Boeing acoustic experts and said, how can we go do this and go find whether or not we have voids in there? And Stockton and I were concerned about a void in an interstitial void, or which could either be a delam, a full delamination, or not. So when I say a void, there's going to be microvoids in there. Let me back up and say, when I'm talking void at this scale, it's a large scale void. It's a intralayer delamination.
Now, a delamination is basically where your material fractures like into layers. It's unpleasant if you happen to be involved in one of those. So it's like you strip this thing apart one layer at a time. That's what this delamination is, and it's ungood.
So we were concerned about that because of what we saw in the 1/3 scale, and so we reached out to Boeing and went down there and talked to them, like, how can we get a good measurement? At 5 inches thick, you really start to lose your ability to do that well. Two types of acoustic emissions, which maybe we'll talk about later, right?
Well, see, this is just weird that I happen to know a lot about this because we, our firm was involved in a case where an LNG, a liquid natural gas tank had delaminated. You test the voids, and you actually test the voids using acoustics. It's a really fascinating process, but only if you're like an engineering nerd or perhaps a maritime law nerd. But what he's talking about is actually like the tests that you go through to check to make sure things are stuck together where they should be stuck together.
We had some experts look at it, and we didn't yield results that we could do much with.
You've talked about 1/3 scale models.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain to me the importance of a 1/3 scale model and walk me through the 1/3 scale model testing that was conducted when you were the director of engineering?
Sure, right. So I came in March of 2016. They already had a 1/3 scale model built.
Who built all the 1/3 scale?
Brian Spencer. Yeah. So serial number 1 is that hull. It's all Brian. It's there isn't any carbon fiber or anything that was not Brian for serial number 1, and that's my tenure all the way to June 2019. So the 1/3 scale, the importance of the 1/3 scale is structures like this can be very linear. If they're nonlinear, that's a much different problem. And so if you're 1/3 scale and you go to 1/3 to depth, and you have 1/3 nearly everything, and it's linear in its path, then you can scale up. And you can scale up by just drawing a straight line. Engineers like that stuff. It's when we start doing this that things get complicated. So the 1/3 scale was seen as a way to understand whether or not the full scale would operate and how good it would be, assuming the elephant in the room is that you make the 1/3 scale the same way that you make the full, and carbon fiber structures are all about processing. And so if you have 2 people that are making a 1/3 scale and you wind that, it might take you a week or so. But when you do 6 weeks of winding a very, very large, that process should be controlled probably pretty well. You want to make sure you get that same result.
And was it in this case?
For our 1/3, so that particular 1/3 scale, so it suffered before I got there. I actually got to see the carbon fiber dome implosion in March of 2016. That was before I actually came on. Stockton invited me to, hey, come watch this. I thought, great. Went down to UW and saw this, and that was a rapid decompression. I don't know much about it, except that apparently there was 2.
Now, was it a rapid decompression or?
Others before they've tested this thing? Nice slide. To the States, I learned a lot. 2 other decompressions, and so the 4th test, when we tested that 3rd scale in June of 2016, wasn't surprised that it failed where it did, but also not surprised because I just so happened to have a piece of virgin material that I could take to Boeing, and we scanned it, and we believe we saw a DLAM about a quarter inch in. And so that was predicted to implode before, like where Brian thought that it would go and what his design and analysis report would tell us.
And if these 1/3 scale models were imploding, was anything changed to the manufacturing process of the full hull to actually meet?
I can't let this go. I'm concerned. He said he witnessed the first implosion, and then he talked about going and witnessing the decompression. He's the director of engineering. Words mean things, and I won't get delayed but talking about it. But an implosion is very, very different from a rapid decompression. And he just used the words interchangeably. That causes me great concern. If you want to talk about like very, very briefly, implosion is where things go, and a decompression is where things go. So if you want to see or hear about what happens in a rapid decompression, go back into the Maritime Monday stacks and look for the Byford Dolphin incident. Pretty gruesome, blood boiling instantly, and people being sucked through holes like this big. Yeah, it's different. And he just used them interchangeably, and that causes me a little bit of concern.
The requirements of the bill?
For serial number 1, Brian was not willing to change anything that he did.
So the 1/3 scale models, which were tested, did not meet the requirements of what would be a full scale to get to the depth of 4,000 meters.
Yeah, I don't remember my conversation with Brian. I said it kind of fell short of what your DAR, a design and analysis report, is saying that we should be. Stockton's justification was, well, it's suffered 3 other rapid decompressions and it's a compromised hull. You'd have to do one that's brand new. And Brian Spencer wasn't willing to do anything different. He held firm that his hull was going to hold. So when we went to titanium, I put together, there's actually a plan and drawings for this to do a 1/3 scale of with 1/3 titanium domes and 1/3 viewport. I think that cost came in at, it was going to be like 100,000, 150,000, something like that total. And that was killed. So we weren't going to be able to do that, but another 1/3 scale for the engineering department was planned.
And with the 1/3 scale testing, were you actually able to ever to get to the pressure, which would equivalent to the depth that you were rated for?
So I think the target requirement, if I remember, it was 4,000 meters, right? And we imploded the 1/3 scale at 42, I believe, but we wanted the conservatism that Stockton wanted was 45. So we met the target depth, the target operational depth, with conservatism. If Titanic was the target goal, not to put 3,300 meters on there, we made it 4,000, and then 4,000, another 500 on top of that, feeling like that was going to be the conservatism. Stockton was okay with that, and so we never met the 4,500, if I remember right. Like, I don't even know if I have that sheet.
We saw it before. You only went to 1.09, not the
So
standard
that 1/3 scale model
1.25.
you said, or sort of stated that made it to a 4,200.
I think we imploded at 42, if I remember right. It could be wrong, but this is definitely discoverable.
in your opinion, was that the exact 1/3 scale model of what the full hull was for the first Titan hull?
It was, yeah. Surprisingly, he made it 1/3. Yeah.
All right. Moving forward from the 1/3 scale models, I'd like to talk a little bit about the gluing procedures.
Sure.
Now, see, I don't know the answer to this question. I need someone that's a smarter person than me because I just don't know. It seems like because there is more surface area on a full scale thing, that there would be way more pressure on the larger object than there would be on the 1/3 scale object. Am I correct in that, or am I just horribly wrong? I don't know, so that's why I'm asking. It seems like smaller surface area on a 1/3 scale would have less pressure exerting on it. I just don't know. Someone clear that up for me.
Titanium and gluing procedures.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. What?
Yes, I know that.
What do you want to know?
So one,
there's a lot to it.
there is a lot to it. If you could talk a little bit about the procedure that you used, the glue that you used, and if you had any, professional consultation on how this was done.
Right. So the professional consultation was, Brian, I'm going to move this over here. The professional consultation was Brian Spencer. That's gluing carbon fiber structures is additionally his expertise. That's what he does.
Okay, so yeah, that was kind of what I was saying. I mean, it's a 1/3 scale, but you still have the same PSI, the same pounds per square inch, the same. You still have that. So the pressure would be the same per square inch, but because there's more of it, there would be more pounds pressing on it. Made sense. Okay, I am smart because I knew the answer to that. Good, yay for me.
Brian sent the two people that wound the serial number 1 to Alameda, where.
And we're getting a little behind. We're behind by about 17 minutes, so I'm going to bump us up to 1.25 speed to sort of catch us up a little bit.
Where we had very big lathes and cranes, and so we had to prep the gluing interface and have a way to move it around and put the titanium rings on it and get the alignment right. So I wasn't comfortable with doing that myself. So we got Brian Spencer to send 2 staff to go do the gluing procedure. And what I made sure was that we were on square, straight. And so when that was done, it was plumb and level. And that's what I cared about most. How to glue that is Brian's expertise. And I think you asked what material we used. In serial number 1, I think we used EA 9394, if I remember right, with a compressibility of like 56,000 KSI. But really, really strong stuff. And we might get into a discussion later on that interface. I mean, all material science and all engineering is all at the interfaces. And so that's an important thing to know.
And had this been used before in the deep sea submersible industry?
I don't know. It's a good question. Brian wasn't willing. I wanted something a little bit more flexible, and he wasn't willing to change that.
So you mentioned Boeing.
Mm-hmm.
What involvement did Boeing have in the first Titan hull?
Okay, so that's a good question. Important to break up OceanGate into 3 companies or 3 phases, really. There's OceanGate 0.0. That's pre-March of 2016. Then there's OceanGate 1.0. That's serial number 1, March of 2016 to June of 2019. That's my tenure. Then there's OceanGate 2.0, and that's Dan Scoville and Phil Brooks, June of 2019 on. Boeing was mostly involved with 0.0. And I don't know a lot about that. Mark Nigley, I think, is on your list to talk to. Mark did some analysis, I believe, for Stockton. I did go to Boeing to take parts to them to get acoustic data on, so some of the testing for the 1/3 scale. And I took the pieces of the cutoff pieces, if I can learn anything, from the full hull. And we met with some acoustic folks in Boeing, trying to understand like how could we go measuring and verify void concentration in this. And from my tenure, that's about where it goes, and that's it.
Did yourself or OceanGate ever make notice of the Titan or notify make notice of the Titan and its construction and purpose to the Coast Guard?
Did we make notification to the Coast Guard that we were building it?
Yes.
Is that? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, business choice. I was strictly technical, and Stockton liked to keep him and Neil. They kept the business to them. So quite honestly, I had my hands full, and I wouldn't want to know it.
Okay. So if you were strictly technical, would you have been aware of classification societies were ever notified or discussed with for the Titan Submersible?
So I know Stockton was in a spat with folks from the class societies. I don't know them all. He would bring me in if he would talk about, he was annoyed. Another role, a director of engineering, you're the shoulder everybody cries on. And, I'd listen to him.
Oh, please.
He was annoyed that they wrote letters to him, and it was too expensive to class, and they didn't want to be part of the project.
Dude's a billionaire. It's too expensive is not something I'm particularly moved by in this case.
Yeah, that's what I know about that. I wish, quite honestly, they would have been part of the project. I mean, to do a collaborative venture on this would have been nice. On a professional scale, it was annoying to me that we didn't share data, or they didn't want to be part of it.
At what point did you know that the submersible is not going to be classed or adhere to structural standards of the class society?
Right, that's a good question. I don't know when.
Stop saying
divergence. So the divergences were, I don't remember. I don't remember there being a defined day that, hey, we're going to try to get it classed here, and then we're going to go up this way. It was starting in the summer of 2016. Probably the summer of 2016. This is probably about the time we had to make the decision to go from grade 5 to grade 3 titanium, which I know I totally forgot that we did when I first talked to you guys. It was about that time where we were ramping up so much that there was almost felt like there was no room for it. I wish I had a better answer than that, but there was no discussion ever of now getting class, and it was a further divergence from their involvement.
And with regard to the classification society, so discussing the classification society and the carbon fiber structure, was that the major issue with not being able to go class?
I think it was part of the issue. Stockton's first issue was time and cost, like to go through their plan, and I think he really wanted them to be part of it. But I think the plan that they came up with, if I remember right, one of the days he was crying on my shoulder, it's going to take too long and way too expensive. It's ridiculous. And in his words,
safety is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't even think it could be classed by the American Bureau of Shipping, because I think that was one of the first slides they showed in the introduction, was that ABS won't classify carbon fibered deep sea vehicles. So they would have had to look at other ones like DNV, GL, Lloyd's, things like that. But anyway,
good question. Said, well, you could still be innovative. It might take a little bit longer, but there was a divorcing, so to speak, over the idea when he couldn't get traction on what he wanted.
Was there any discussion regarding classification societies and the structural safety of the hull?
That's a good question.
What do you mean?
So the classification society provides, as you stated earlier, will provide oversight, consistent testing, retesting, which would, in anybody's eyes, you're looking at extended safety, right? So if it's not being classed because it takes too much time, it's too expensive. So in your mind, are you saying that you're giving up a little bit on safety to take away from the cost?
Classing, I don't think classing would have prevented this accident. And certification, my comment earlier holds, right? I mean, aircraft are certificated and we still lose them. So that by itself, just by itself, I want to be careful in how I answer this, right? Because that is not going to prevent 100%. We absolutely could. We could 100% engineering wise prevent all traffic accident deaths. 100%. We would all be giving up a lot of convenience to do that. Right. So the idea that we go through this certification or and this classification gives us a path to get there with good confidence that we're going to be successful. But certainly it doesn't prevent things like that. But that's with let's say classing of vessels and whatnot. There's other guidance that we look at, like ASME, right, that you want to follow, and engineers should follow. And I have some stuff that we could talk about. And so we didn't, for serial number 1, we if we get to this here, which I hope we do, in the technical notes, that we followed the guidance that engineers would follow for solid development. And in fact, the analyst that I hired was a Boeing. I chose an aviation analyst to do the FAA models for that reason, so that we could follow like ASME guidance and put more of an aviation type discipline and standard into the development of what we're going to go build.
At the time of the build for the first Titan hull, was carbon fiber an approved material to be used from a classification society?
No, they didn't. I don't think so. I don't think they had a path for it, which was a little bit of probably the issue for Stockton.
Was the hull certified and stamped by a professional engineer?
I don't know if Brian Spencer is a professional engineer. He's the
throwing Brian under the bus.
Like that cool.
Did you or OceanGate register the hull with the Washington State Pressure Vessel Commission?
I wouldn't know if whether the business did that.
In your initial interview, Mr. Nissen, you mentioned that you were certified in conformity assessment tests and have worked extensively with regulatory agencies, including indicating a broad understanding of compliance requirements. Given your background, why was there no effort or attempt to ensure compliance with classification standards or regulatory compliance during your tenure as a director of engineering?
I wouldn't say that there was no effort. There was no desire by Stockton to go do it. Right. All my conversations with Stockton were not about avoiding class. Not at all.
With regards to the Titan timeline around December of 2017, as the Titan is being completed, can you describe to me the Titan vehicle and its layout as it then went into the manned testing?
Okay, wait, say that again, the layout.
So in December of 2017, the original Titan hull is now complete.
Yep.
December to January of 2017.
Okay.
Can you describe to me the Titan vehicle and its layout? So we had discussed.
Right, carbon fiber structure, 2 titanium domes on the end, acrylic P-port in the front, a shell on the outside, a fiberglass shell to protect anything from the inside. I think it was those ballast bladders. Drop weight mechanism that looked like we modeled that after like a gun turret or a gun magazine for drop weight underneath, and batteries for control systems. Thrust area batteries were on the outside, control system was on the outside, house power was on the inside. Computer systems modeled aviation, where we had a critical bus, essential bus, and a non-essential bus, depending on what you wanted to have in reserve. The engineering department was not responsible for and was not allowed to do any of the life support systems inside, so oxygen tubing and oxygen systems that would come from operations. And so engineering-wise, that pretty close to mounting all the cameras and stuff that was underneath.
You had mentioned David Lockridge previous.
Yeah.
Were you involved in creating his inspection report?
No, I didn't know that he was doing it. So we asked David to do. We needed, so when serial number 1 was complete, we needed a handoff to operations. And that's a very standard thing to do in large companies. Eventually, the technical department has to not handle this anymore. And so we told David, he said, hey, from an operations perspective, like, tell us what are we missing? What do you need? David was the perfect subpilot for this. He was great. I really wish the news would get his relationship with engineering correct. We depended on him to know that things were right from an operational point of view. And that's the report that we wanted to know. Like, is there something that we could go help with to do? The report that he came back with, I was surprised by. I'm not shocked in the sense that I understand why he wrote it. And I understand the difficulties that he had in communicating his wishes through Stockton. And yeah, I understand why.
Were you at the meeting where he himself and Mr. Stockton had discussed the findings?
I was, and we could probably call it in air quotes, the meeting. And it's the one where eventually he was let go. Right.
Had you talked to Mr. Rush prior to the meeting
About
the inspection report and the future of Mr. Lockridge?
I can't remember. I would think so. I don't know how I would show up at the meeting, to tell you the truth, if I hadn't seen it, or maybe I was surprised, and quite honestly, maybe I saw it first and I sent it to Stockton, like how you've seen it. Maybe that's a long way to say, I don't know. I can't remember if we discussed it before.
Do you know if the board of directors was informed of Mr. Lockridge's inspection findings?
No, no, and that's a really both a personal and professional point of contention with me. I mean, I stopped the 2019 Titanic dive because the data, the instrumentation that I put on it wasn't good, and I was fired for it. And what I got from Stockton is the board said that you should have known this was happening. And I said, well, let me point you to exhibits A, B, C, and D that I've been telling you. Like, why aren't we telling the board? So I don't know that, I don't think Stockton communicated to the board with those things, but I mean, if I'm not sitting in the meeting, I wouldn't know.
So in the spring of 2018, the Titan was then shipped or taken to the Bahamas to conduct testing.
Yep.
Were you there for any of the testing initially?
Can I answer this with both yes and unfortunately? I was there.
Care to expound?
So once the engineering team turns something over, right, you're done. We've shown that it works. The systems work. You communicate how to take care of it, and then you field the issues that come in. And in my roles in the past, we would
the guy in the corner, his shirt is struggling.
Right, so you'd have a non-conformance or something where an engineer has to go answer it. We'd have to provide the disposition for it, and that's the phase that we should have gone to. And quite honestly, I didn't have a desire to go step foot in the Bahamas. I didn't want to be. The operations group was not a fun place for me to work, and I didn't want to be there.
Was anywhere a fun place for you to work?
July of 2018. Is that correct?
Oh, there was, yeah, right. So I wrote the qual plan for it. The first time we put it in the water, I dropped it on a fishing line, 200-pound strength deep sea fishing line, because I could calculate the buoyancy. I was 150 pounds negative, and we started with that. And I wrote a series of plans for them to go do this, and I wanted to see the data to buy off on the idea on whether or not we were seeing what we expected to see.
How did you confirm the depth at which the hull would have reached?
We had an acoustic transmission on board, so same thing that we saw here, where it communicates to the top, and there's a way to ping items underwater and sends you a return on the depth, whatever it is. And so we had these systems on there.
And what was the testing plan in 2018?
You want specifically, or kind of like a broad?
Specific, if you.
Yeah, right.
I can also assist. So was there a plan to go to the deep ocean test facility prior to 2018?
Oh, there was.
There was, or there was not?
Oh no, there was. Yeah, that was part of like my interview was that this is where we're going to go test it. I thought, great.
Did that ever happen?
No.
And why not?
One reason was the deep ocean test facility. In order to we wanted to hydrostatically test, and so we wanted to fill it with fluid, but there was going to be computers inside because we had to measure data and needed to isolate that from the water. And the deep ocean test facility wasn't comfortable with us doing that. I submitted a plan, a request to be able to do this. They came back with, we don't know if we want to do that. This is one of those cases where Stockton got fed up and said, "Then we're not going," and it was going to push us like another year. Like I couldn't get it done fast enough at all. So they said we won't go.
And so when the Titan was in the Bahamas in 2018, was there, what happened to the hull?
Well, okay, let me if I could, let me back up. So your last question in 2018, right? The plans, but we then moved to, we used, there's a guy by the name of Alan Green, who's an acoustic expert that came to us and we showed him what we were going to do. He said, you're more than, I have his report with me too. We could take a look at it if you like. There's more than enough, your system's adequate, more than adequate to be able to detect what you're doing. And he gave us some suggestions on cycling and how to do this test. And so all those were scheduled to be executed live in the.
Oh, well, that's the hearing's live stream will be back after the what break? They're not on a break. Or did they take a break and we're behind? Well, that was interesting. Interesting. They don't play it through. They just shut the whole live stream down there. Okay. Wonder how long this break is going to be. Nope. They just shut down the entire live stream. Okay. Let's see what people here in chat have to say about that. I think that kind of caught everybody off guard. Okay, so now we know. Now we know how they handle breaks. Mayday. Oh, Bruce! Somebody here on the Coast Guard site saying the questions are too softball for my taste. They're just getting started. Oh, interesting comment here from this guy. This isn't engineering. It sounds more like playtime. Even 50 years ago, the submersible industry undertook Lloyd's testing on every craft built. Lloyd's is, again, another one of the classification societies. All right, well, shit. I was not expecting that. All right, well, that's an interesting way of handling your brakes, huh? Wait, all right, let's keep this up here. We'll put it down here on the bottom so we can see what happened. I guess we just kind of don't get that last 10 minutes of testimony. We'll go back 10 minutes when they start up again. Young Black Economist says, I said that as well. Softball questions. They are softball questions, but they're very pointed, and they're not good for OceanGate. The questions that are being asked. Let's go back and read some of the things that I had starred here. How far back did we go? Okay. Josh with the $5 says, as an engineer myself, this testimony is fascinating, but also makes me uneasy. And Jem says, Jeff, if you want to, I want you to explain all the technical meanings of everything. Yeah, probably don't want everything. Plus, I don't understand a lot of it myself. If I do, I'll let you know. Talking about the classification stuff, Ike says DNVGL. That's the is it DOS or DOS Norsk Veritas and Germanischer Lloyd. They used to be two separate classification societies. Now they're together again. Now not again. Now a few years ago they merged. Yeah, they would have laughed OceanGate out of the room. Well, I think that seems to be the problem, that none of the classification, they knew that none of the classification societies would classify this vessel, this undersea submersible. Again, as we've mentioned a few times at the beginning, when they were giving the background to the case, one of the slides said that ABS, the American Bureau of Shipping Classification Society, won't even classify deep sea submersibles with carbon fiber hulls. So that was a non-starter for ABS. And I don't know what the other, like Lloyd's or DNVGL would do, but clearly they wouldn't have classified this. So Bingo Bruti says they knew it would fail classification. Yeah. Well, like I said, with ABS, they wouldn't even start classifying it because of the whole construction with the carbon fiber. And I assume because that was the deal. He was saying, yeah, it will take too long and cost too much money to get to have this thing pass class inspections. So yeah, I guess the answer to that question is yes, they knew it would fail classifications. And Sibling Creature says, I'm getting the distinct impression that they did their testing on the 1/3 scale models by pressurizing them as one would an aircraft. That may have been the case because, like I said, he said that he witnessed the first implosion, and then he said when they got there, they all monitored the rapid decompression. Where if the inside was pressurized, then that would make sense. So what you're saying that may have been the case. And again, for the very, very basic difference, the implosion is where the pressure on the outside is too great and goes squash. And a rapid decompression is where the pressure inside is great and you breach the hull somehow, and everything that's inside wants to rapidly go outside, which is like we said with the Bifron's disaster. The Bifron Dolphin disaster, the first thing that happens is within like a millisecond, everybody inside that's blood had boiled. And then one guy who happened to be standing near one of the hatches, his entire body was essentially sucked through a space about this big. And the description of it is pretty damn grim. You can go back in the Maritime Monday playlists and watch the Bifron Dolphin disaster. It's a pretty gruesome couple hours we spend on that. And KT says, so do insurance companies take issue with an uncertified vessel, with an unclassed vessel, I think you meant. Yeah, that's a basic, that's a very basic insurance policy provision. Every ship insurance will have a clause that says the insurance is void, or it's a breach of insurance if you lose classification. And if you're not class, you can't sail. So yeah, that's if you lose classification at any time, your insurance isn't going to pay anything that happens after that point until you get back into compliance. So it sounds like hubris was I was going to say this earlier on. I was going to say the big problem seems to be the hubris of everybody involved. And again, we got Strawberry snoring up a storm back there.
Hey, the hearing is now back in session.
Oh, shoot. We didn't even get through all the super chats.
Been discussing a document that's going to be
So what I want to do is go back about 10 minutes. Oh, wow. So we don't even get the first part is just gone. Look at that. That is wild. Look at that. The first part of the live stream is just gone. Wow. That only goes back 12 minutes. That's fascinating. All right. All right. Let's go, peeps. Well, now we know that we have to stay up to
investigation, in my opinion. And
all right, we'll very quickly read through these last super chats, and then we'll make sure we stay caught up so that we don't lose 10 minutes of the program anymore. So it sounds like hubris was a problem. Yes, I would agree with that. And Tammy Fayette says, glad you're covering this. Thanks. Oh, thanks. What? WTH? No ceiling Dion, no clock, no CG seal. Yeah, then they just blanket and remove the entire first part of the stream. That was pretty wild. And Ron with the $2. XO Pukwa dang wrong stream. Hi. Hey, thanks, Ron. Appreciate that. And K-Matt Red Queen with a 5. I think I'm the engineer should have tested sample version to the point of destruction and worked to be sure it didn't happen again. They didn't even do non-destructive testing on the actual one. So that's kind of weird. Duncan Ida with a $5. Imagine if we lived in a world where everyone who had responsibility and knowledge of safety and design deficiencies had quit on principle. You're always going to find someone who doesn't. That's the problem. And again, to catch us up here, Chloe Albert's Revenge. How you doing, Chloe Albert's Revenge? It's been a minute. Off topic. Check out Cat Von Williams' stream from Friday. You have a twin. Okay. Thanks for that. All right, let's jump back into this and catch up.
However, the PIIs and the board have not been able to review it previously. So in that instance, Mr. Nissen, if you would just speak to the document's contents, but not to the any other parties that were aware of this document, or maybe who you briefed it to, I'd appreciate that, sir.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, paper file going on here. So this one's just it's a quick look after we closed.
Yeah, I'll have to see how they do it.
4-kilometer data, and what I wanted to communicate really to the team was that it's moving more than we thought. And so Brian Spencer's design and analysis report talked about it's written in here, I think on section 6.3, second paragraph, the DAR predicts failure to be hoop failure on the inner surface at the center of the cylinder at about 2.21 times the design pressure. That turns out, actually, if we get to it, to be the basis for the FEA models that we produced. It's really that quote in there. And so I write comparing some measured strain and extrapolate 4-kilometer data. The DAR, which was 2.21 times the design pressure, was considered to be conservative, and we were deflecting about 37% higher than prediction, which is really important because the design basis for it was to constrain the movement at the center of the case. You couldn't move beyond a boundary. And I think in here, we talk about hull deflections in here, where I think it's figure 11. We wanted to be at figure 11. Through membrane stress, a 19.8 KSI to ASME was a 1.84 factor. To yield, it was a 2.76. So even the domes, the titanium pieces, which I communicated to the group, it's a match set. So the modulus has to be the same. And the modulus was limited by Brian's design and analysis report at 2.21 times the operating pressure. Once he limited that and gave me the modulus for it, then all the rest of the design was based on that. And so it's significant for the April, to understand what happened in April. We hadn't really gone deep enough, long enough, and we were flexing 37% more. So it was the first warning.
And when was this report drafted?
I released it October 10th, 2018.
And from when you released that report until 2019, were any corrections or modifications made?
You know what? I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in what he was saying about this that about this document, this report he released. I was watching him. I wasn't watching the screen. I apologize. Let's fix that, shall we? I apologize. Here, is that better? Are you all happy? No, I was just like desperately watching this. This was great. All right, let's go.
Made to the carbon fiber hull.
No, Brian said it was fun.
Back at it.
And really to modify that, well, let me back up. Eventually you scrap the hull, which we did.
And we'll get to there. Recorder, can you please bring up exhibit 073 and go to the fourth paragraph? It's a history-making deep sea dive to 3,760 meters with 4 crew members.
Thank you.
You could zoom in a little bit on the fourth paragraph there. And in the fourth paragraph, it states the dive, which was validated by a representative from Lloyd's Register. And this was the April 19th, 2019 dive in the Bahamas.
April 2019?
2019.
Right.
Did you have any communications with this validator from Lloyd's Register?
No, the whole classing, like all that validation was Stockton. I wasn't allowed to be in that. I really wasn't allowed to be in operations unless something went wrong. That's it. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to chuckle about it, but it brings back some memories is all. Sorry.
Do you know why they would say that the dive was validated by a representative from Lloyd's Register?
That was Stockton's doing. I didn't validate it. No, in April 2019, that told me you can't go to the Titanic, like it killed it.
This is
Killed
in
it.
April 2019, this was the dive where there was four crew members, including Mr. Rush, and they went down to 3,760 meters.
Yeah.
Was there a representative from Lloyd's Register there in the Bahamas that you're aware of?
I think so. Like I remember vaguely. I'm not even sure I was there for that night, but all that talk, as when serial number 1 was built, Stockton had a vehicle, and Tony became less and less important, and I had less and less input. Right, so I didn't know.
Thank you, Recorder. You can bring that done.
Commander Whalen, for the record, can you clarify what that exhibit was?
Sure. That was Exhibit 073, Coast Guard Exhibit 073, which was a OceanGate blog named History Making Deep Sea Dive to 3,760 meters with 4 crew members. That was the title.
Thank you.
So subsequent to this dive, in June of 2019, an OceanGate pilot was conducting a pre-dive inspection and identified a crack in the carbon fiber. When were you made aware of this identification, and what were your steps taken?
Right. June. So we have to back up a little bit to December 2018. In December 2018, Stockton wanted to be done with coal dives, and it made it. Like what's not talked about a lot is what we're about to talk about right now. Serial number 1, for all practical purposes, was a successful program, and what I'm about to tell you is why. In December 2018, when Qual wanted to be done, when we wanted to be done with Qual, and Stockton could then load it up and send it to, when I say send Titan to Newfoundland. Sure, it met all the operational objectives, but we still need to look at the data a little bit. And part of the discipline that I would put in it is I would still look at the data and tell them whether or not we can continue on. So we had a meeting in the winter, spring of 2019. He wanted to go to the Titanic, and I came to him with the acoustic data and strain and set up a meeting and said it's not clean. Like, we still can't do it. There's something going on. And an extension of this report here, I showed him the pictures I have of the AE data that showed something's going on in the center of the case. Something's going on in the left side of the case. You need more dives, and I can't. It was the maddest I've seen Stockton, for sure. So they went and conducted another dive, and I wanted a few more clean, but that turned out not to be clean. So the data from that I don't remember that data had totally come back ready to go, but I got a picture. I said, I think the email was, "Hey, Tony, is this supposed to be there?" I said, "Nope, that's crack. Like, the hull's done." So I left my desk and I went to Bob Schumann, and he was the CEO at the time. And I said, "Titan's got a crack in it." I said, "The hull's done." And I spent a couple hours trying to convince people that, no, this is not salvageable. And I was on a plane, I think the next day, with a couple of other folks down to the Bahamas to go take a look at it. And we started carving it out and noticed that the crack was bigger than we thought, just by the picture. So it was subsurface.
And so for the pilot to conduct the inspection, so just so we covered, the external portion of the carbon fiber hull was covered in a polyurethane coating.
That's right.
Which is similar to a lining that is used in a truck bed.
Like a soft rhino lining.
So on the external portion of the hull, how much of the hull, of the carbon fiber hull, is visible? If I'm looking at it from the outside.
From the outside?
Yeah.
None. Zero.
So on the internals, there's an insert.
There is.
And what was the approximate gap between the insert and the inside of the carbon fiber hull?
Mind the gap.
Approximate? an inch, if I remember right. We put HDPE in there, so it's like, yeah, maybe 3/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Not a lot. Let's say 3/4 plus or minus quarter.
I'm gonna, the recorder, if you could please bring up exhibit 091, which is Titan Systems Images, and scroll to page 8.
Is that in these binders I can follow?
Yes, sir.
So how do I find out what you're looking at?
It'll be exhibit number 091.
On binder
I believe
30?
it's binder number 2.
Okay, so how do I identify what you're,
It should be numbered,
oh, number what now?
number 91.
Oh, 91. Okay. All right.
And I'm gonna call your attention to the bottom left picture. Or the left picture.
It just looks like
What is
a
that? Can you
trap.
explain to me what we are looking at here?
Yeah, let me, old age is taking its toll. And, so 91, is it after the number? Oh, so here's some pictures.
And that'll be, should be on page 8 of that exhibit.
All right. Sorry to fumble this a little bit. It might be easier if I could see this.
Recorder, keep scrolling a little bit closer to the left picture.
It does look like an MRI machine, doesn't
Oh,
it?
here we go. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Okay.
So can you explain to me what you see in that picture?
The left one?
Yes, sir.
All right, so, so that's a view. If the front dome was open, it's just a view forward, looking aft. You see the back wall there with the monitor, subfloor, and then you can kind of see a gap, a ring, and that would be the insert and the gap to the hull there.
Okay. And so that gap is, so the outside of that gap is the inside diameter of the carbon fiber hull, correct?
Yes. No.
Oh, God. Yes or no?
The titanium takes up, for the most part, the titanium takes up a little bit, and there's a flare that goes in. So the actual, it widens a little bit as you get back there. So I want to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah. For all practical purposes, that is the idea, though.
So how much of the hull is actually visible for inspection from a pilot as was identified?
Just the front. So the point of the insert, the two points of the insert. One, you could take the insert out and you can put an insert in for researchers. You can take that one out and you can build one for sightseers. You could take that out and you can put it in, something else. You can build the insert for whatever person's going in there. And then the second thing is you pull the insert out and then you do the inspection on the inside. So to inspect the entire surface of that hull, the operations crew needs to pull that out.
So with the insert in the Titan hull, how much of the hull is actually available for visual inspection?
Oh, it's just a few inches at the front.
So a few inches of the entire carbon fiber hull is available?
Going forward to aft?
Yes.
Yes.
Any other area of the hull available for visual inspection?
But not without a camera. So a pen camera would be next appropriate to go in there. But no, if you get to the aft portion of it, I'm assuming. So we're talking serial 1 here. I'm assuming
Yes.
that serial 2 is close enough to go do that and close to the same. That I don't even know if they used an insert in it, but for ours. The aft lip, you could see it the same way.
Okay. Thank you very much. So once the
While they take a quick break there, Duncan Idaho with the $5. Is anyone getting big Troy Teskey vibes from this guy a la Baldwin trial? I can see why you'd say that. Sure. Well, I'll give you that. Bridget says, is there a reason it's circular like that, like a tube? Is it better for underwater? No, it's actually much worse. Having it a tube like this is absolutely a stupid design. If you look at most really, really deep sea submersibles like this was, they're spherical because they stand up to pressure better. The idea this is a long tube is insane to me. And I would hope that the engineering types here in chat would back me up on this. James Cameron's, it's spherical. All these deep sea diving bells are spherical because they handle pressure better. Mexican invader tube equals bad. Well, a tube is better than a box. Well, like, yeah, I'll give you that. at least they didn't make it a square. Yeah, they didn't make it a cube. So good for them. Yeah, it could have been worse. They could have designed it as a cube. But yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, it's not, a tube is not a good thing. This design made no sense to me from the beginning.
The crack was identified,
Mhm.
and you had gone out to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And you confirmed that there was a crack.
Mhm.
What was your communications back with Mr. Rush?
I told him the hull's done. That's it.
And what were your next steps at that point?
Put together a presentation for Brian Spencer. Help us understand this. Like, how did this happen? And yeah.
Hey, Darla,
And
welcome.
So to the best of your knowledge, there was a Titanic expedition scheduled for July of 2019,
Mhm.
correct? So at that point, as the director of engineering, was your recommendation to cancel the
I killed it.
expedition?
I wouldn't sign off on it. So I got terminated.
Recorder, I'm gonna ask you to please bring up exhibit 54.
So he finally did take a stand on something and got fired for it. Okay, so at least he stood up for something at the end. I guess points where points are due.
Which was scroll to the top, please. Which was the Titanic Survey Expedition Update.
Okay.
It was from the Strategic Director of OceanGate Operations. Sent a letter to mission specialists stating that the reason for the cancellation of the 2019 Titanic expedition was due to the loss of the support vessel.
Right.
Were you aware that this was the case that was being told to the mission specialist?
I am.
Was there any plan to tell them that there was there a hull available for the 2019 expedition?
No, that was Neil, Stockton, and Joel. I think Joel. Yeah, Joel is still there. Yeah. No, the business part of that. I know it went on, and I'm glad my office was in another section of the building. But it wasn't true. We didn't have a hull.
At any time, did OceanGate divulge that there was not a hull available?
That I don't know. I just know that this one I told him he couldn't use.
Did they discuss with you that the plan was to put out the message that it was the loss of the support vessel?
There's no discussion. Operations and marketing, no discussion with engineering. I just happened to be there, and sometimes I would be happy to get up and walk away.
So they just
Were you
basically
aware,
lied.
did you have knowledge of that this was discussed with the board of directors?
That I don't know. So I presented engineering section and status to the board of directors, and I was in for that, and I was out afterwards.
And why did you depart the company?
Got fired.
When did you get fired?
June 2019. I wouldn't let him go to the Titanic. Allegedly, what Stockton tells me, he invited me to lunch and told me that Mike Ferlotti and one other board member told him that I should have known that the hull was compromised and it wouldn't work. And either he or I had to go. And Stockton said, it's not going to be me.
Thank you, Mr. Nissen. Mr. Newbart, I have no more further questions.
Mr. Nissen, just to follow up on that point,
Mhm.
when you said that you should have known, what can you give more context to that? Like, should have known that the vessel was damaged?
Right. Like I told him it's not working like we thought it would. Like we couldn't go to the deep ocean test facility. We couldn't cycle it the way that we wanted to. We couldn't cycle it the way that Alan Green suggested that we did. We couldn't get confidence in the data, all the data that I looked at. So like this one, this piece here is kind of important in that because I showed it to
Thank you, Devel. Or Davel, however much. Davel, Devel, whichever. Thanks.
the 4 kilometer test data.
Mr. Nissen, can you identify the document before you?
Yeah,
reference?
it's a plot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instruments that I had installed, and in the center of the case, one of them in particular, if you have a nice rise, and the sister instrument is right next to it, should have pretty much the same rise, but you get a step function, like what we see here. And I told Stockton, I was like, something's going on in there. Told him the hull was flexing too much. Like everything that I could do to tell him, like, here are the alarms. Like, this is why we shouldn't go. We're there. And when we sat down to a meeting, I think Bob Schumann was there. He wanted me to buy off on the idea of going to the Titanic, and I told him no. You can't. Like, it's not clean. And I told him this exact phrase. I said, this submersible, what we're doing, has never been done before, right? We don't have classing direction on what good looks like. And I said, nobody knows what good looks like or what it's supposed to look like. I said, but what I do know is it shouldn't look like that.
And sir, to clarify, was that conversation before or after the crack was discovered in the hull?
It's before. I told him before he couldn't go. It's the reason for another dive. More dives.
Sir, during the dives of the prototype hull, are you aware of any dives where
His heart rate's going crazy again. He's got his own little built-in lie detector, doesn't he? His heart rate has just gone up again and triggered his Garmin warning.
to depth?
So, right. I know that a guy by the name of, I think, Carl Stanley went, right? He runs the sub out of Roatan.
Oh, not the Paul Stanley from
Terry
Kiss.
went in, and what they called the people that went is, you know, whether they're quote unquote mission specialists, I don't know. It's really an operations thing, and that part I wasn't part of.
Were those non-OceanGate employees?
Carl wasn't. I don't think he was. Like, he wasn't doing anything in an advisory nature or anything. I never saw him there for a day of work. Maybe down in the Bahamas or something. But Joe Perry was an employee. He was marketing.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nissen, earlier you stated that you were hired. When you were hired, you were told that the Titan hull was almost completed and the engineering was already completed. Was that actually true?
No.
Can you expand?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like too much of an alarmist, but there isn't much of my interview that was true.
what?
Nothing. I had already quit my job. What do you do after that, right? No, it wasn't ready to go. When I did the FEAs on it, it wouldn't survive.
So they lied to you in
Not
your
at all.
interview,
Like,
and you still
Brian's
decided to
design
stay
and
with the
analysis
company.
report showed really good margins. I mean, really good margins. Our working relationship with Dave Dyer at APL, like, I couldn't get a good FEA out of him. Brian Spencer wouldn't provide me with anything more than what he did, the grade 5 titanium in the DAR that he produced. But that's why I hired my own analyst to go do this, because I didn't have anything that gave me that. I wasn't ready.
Since you started as engineer number 1, that then expanded to over 25 personnel under your leadership, were there any changes made to the design once you increased the engineering team?
That's a good question. So when you say changes to design, you mean from OceanGate 0.0?
Yes.
Right. No. In a sense, though, that Brian's design and analysis report gave us the mechanism of failure. Center of the case, DLAM at the center of the case. To do the FEAs, the finite element analysis on them, we use a software called FEMAP. It's a Siemens engineering software. You have to constrain it by something. You can't have it sit in space. You have to be able to push on it theoretically from somewhere. So when we did that and we took a look at the models that we had, we didn't see how it would make it. And I have paperwork I could show you on how that fails as well. So the parts that changed was, how do we achieve the safety factor if we push it against what would be yield and ASME? And we chose ASME standards, which is yielding 2/3 of the way through the mean bulk material for that standard. And to achieve that by the FEA, that caused us to, I want to say, tweak the shape of especially the first ring segment to be able to get that. That gave us the modulus, and that's why the rings, really the titanium pieces, to the first hull, to serial number 1, those are a match set.
You stated that conformance with regulations or standards does not prevent all casualties or accidents. However, is it your opinion that conformance with regulations and standards does not reduce the amount of casualties or accidents from happening?
It significantly reduces them. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we need these. We need a, I couldn't imagine a world without them, tell you the truth. What would that look like? The Wild West. Significantly reduces them.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 037?
Well, it kind of sounds like it was the
Page
Wild
20.
West.
Page 20.
You scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. And yes, page 20.
Okay.
This is the Boeing feasibility study of OceanGate's deep sea submersible hull. We noted from this report that the hull was recommended to be 10 inches and then optimized to 7 inches thick. However, as we know, the final design was 5 inches thick. Are you aware of how OceanGate got to the 5-inch thickness?
That was Brian Spencer in Stockton. It was 5 inches thick before I joined the organization, and you couldn't move it. And that was a hot topic of discussion with Dave Dyer and OceanGate, and that and the knuckle design were 2 large points of contention for a long time.
Do you know if any other independent studies outside of Spencer Composites were conducted in making this decision?
On the 5 inches?
Yes.
No, it's a good question. No, that was determined before I joined the organization.
You discussed concerns about voids in the carbon fiber. If you conducted material tests, much like you mentioned the witness panels, could this detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
What do you mean? Could what?
Could the material tests, could that detect a potential void in the carbon fiber?
Sure. Yeah. So that's why we do witness panels for critical systems. 100%. Cut it in 2 and take a look at it. We have microscopes that could do this really, really well. Thin slice it and do some acoustic measurements on it. That's great if you can get it thinner.
And I know you mentioned this earlier, but I just want to confirm that non-destructive testing was discussed for the carbon fiber. However, none was conducted.
That's right.
It's crazy.
No, well, let me bet. I don't want to sound like I'm waffling too much. So we had inspectors come out and look at it, and let's consider that non-destructive testing. So they brought their instruments out, and they couldn't punch through it. Punch through it is a term for couldn't get through it. And so
did they do?
We contracted one person.
Or not?
If you wouldn't mind me reading a couple of things. Is that okay?
Yes, this is something that we have not seen previously, correct?
No.
Any objection from OceanGate on this? This would be our NDT evaluation. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, an inspection that we had, and we had an inspector come out, and my conversation with them, I jotted down some notes.
I think this would be relevant to why the coal could not be sufficiently NDT tested. Do you have any objections to discussing this report, OceanGate?
Could we take a 5-minute break for us to take a look?
Yes, certainly. The hearing will recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at 11:53.
Okay, so they're supposed to be going to lunch in about 40 minutes from now, and hopefully they don't shut down the entire stream again. But the Coast Guard did say that they will be having the entire thing available after the after everything is concluded today. So we'll still be good for the way I want to cover this. And for those of you that have joined late, here's where we're going to end this at the lunch break. So about 40 minutes from now, if they stay on schedule, we'll end today at the lunch break. And then tomorrow we will begin very early at 7 a.m. Eastern time. 7 a.m. Eastern time, we will start. We'll be watching it at least 1.25 speed, and we'll go through today's afternoon session, and then we will start on the morning session tomorrow, and then we'll do that again. So day 2 will be the afternoon of day 1 and the morning of day 2. Day 3 will be the afternoon of day 2 and the morning of day 3. And that's how we'll go through this. So we can skip through the breaks. We can skip through lunch. We can do those and save some time. And this is scheduled to go 9 days. So we will be doing this all the way through next week. And just again, as a heads up for what's coming up in the future, this is supposed to end on the 27th, I believe. Yeah, so Friday the 27th. And that'll give us 1 week of just catching up. And then the Sarah Boone murder trial starts on October 7th. So at least 2 of the days during the first week of September will be spent watching the Sarah Boone interrogation videos, her questioning and her arrest, just as kind of the run up to the Sarah Boone trial. And the Sarah Boone trial will last 3 weeks. So that'll take us pretty much all the way to Halloween. And right before Halloween, we'll be doing some Edgar Allan Poe and some H.P. Lovecraft spooky Halloween readings. So that's basically what's coming up in the next month. We've got it pretty locked in, unless there's something that is so urgent that it takes precedence over anything we happen to be doing at the time. All right, looking here through chat. So that's it. Let's see what we've got here in the. Oh, I guess we've read everything we need to read from the super chats and whatnot. Chat, we should share our Halloween outfits. I don't think I did a Halloween thing last year. Maybe I'll do a Halloween. I don't know. I'm 55 years old. Halloween costumes are past me again a bit. Jeff, what happens when a case goes over the scheduled timeline? It just keeps going. They try to speed things up as much as they can, but some cases will have like hard time limits, like the Johnny Depp case. Each side had a certain number of hours to present their case, and then it just cut them off. So it depends. But normally, if it's not like that, then it just kind of goes an extra few days. We saw that with the Karen Reed trial. We saw that with the what's his face in South Carolina case. Dude's name just totally skipped my. How does that skip my head? The guy from South Carolina, redhead, tall redhead dude. Why can't I remember his name? I'm having a senior moment. Somebody in chat, save me. Murdoch, the Alec Murdoch trial. Jeez. Yeah, how could I not remember that? Thanks, everybody in chat. All right, and nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because this is something you're not likely to see. They don't do these very often at all. This is a rare thing to see this. So I hope you're enjoying this. We'll do another poll at the end here to see if you want to continue watching this. But just for the heck of it, we have today's whiskey is Shackleton whiskey after the great Ernest Shackleton. This is in honor of his 1907 Antarctica expedition. So that's the whiskey to bring back the Maritime Monday. We're having a maritime related whiskey off the top there. So just thought I would point that out to someone who may or may not have been wondering in the back of your head. Nobody asked, so I just told you anyway. Mordor, no.
The hearing is now back in session.
It's not Mordor.
We discussed the notes that you've made, Mr. Nissen, in regards to the NDT. If you could just summarize your thoughts on the difficulties that were involved in the NDT, and we're not going to submit that document as an exhibit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, that sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I do want to say when we talk about whether or not we didn't do any non-destructive testing, Maybe not testing. And so like my brain quickly goes to something a bit more specific, but evaluation, we did for all of Stockton's faults, and he was a difficult person to work with. He did want to get this thing tested, right, and inspected. And I do believe when he told me during my
You said he
interview
didn't want to get it inspected right.
that it was in his plan to go to do that. I'm not sure that. I think he believed it.
This guy's
so
all over the place.
We did ask people to come take a look at it. People who were had more expertise at this than we did. And one of them is this conversation I had with a level 3 inspector from Mistress. And he was able to, just by looking at it, he knew the layout pattern. He had a comment in here that it looks like there's no compaction, which I'm not surprised because it was the end of the hull. And so something to note is when you filament wind a case like this, it winds on a mandrel. And so your carbon fiber comes off of a spool, like a sewing machine, and it mixes in some glue, and then it starts going around this big mandrel, and it goes all the way to the end, and then it's got to come back. Well, those ends get that double layer, and so you make your mandrel a little bit longer so that you can cut those off. And it's the cutoff ends that he was looking at. And so it's expected to see voids, but we wanted him to see, like, is there anything you can see in the part that's closest to what we're going to use? And he found it difficult to do that, is all. His measurement instruments really went to 4 inches. We knew it was a shot in the dark, for sure. So I just, very quickly, my brain goes to something else, and sorry to answer the question like that, but that's what happened.
Was there any plan to have the hull reevaluated throughout the lifetime of the hull?
So,
well, first questions first. Did he even know the life expectancy of the hull?
The only way that I could figure that I would be able to do that is at some point we would have to make a device that holds 2 instruments across from each other, like a tuning fork, and that we would have to stand the hull on end and move it around the whole hull to be able to inspect that. And we discussed this with Boeing before. We discussed it before we assembled the whole vehicle. It was an option, but that tool doesn't exist yet, and that's an expensive and delay to do that. So we did have discussions to go do that. I would call it that it constituted a plan. It's in my brain that it's on the list of Tony things to go do. Yeah, so in that kind of inspection, that's the only way you can do this, I believe.
Was there any plans to have the hull replaced after a certain number of cycles to depth?
Hull replacement. So that's a great question.
Oh my God!
So when I say serious,
let's take a drink every time he says that's a good question. It's a crutch for him. Literally every question has been a great question to him, and just take a drink every time he says it's a great question. But this is a good question. What is the life expectancy of this hull? That's what I was just asking.
Serial number 1 was successful. We got to understand what the requirements were a bit. There wasn't a fatigue or cycle requirement. Stockton didn't have one. He didn't want one. He truly believed he only wanted one acoustic instrument. He truly believed that one acoustic instrument was going to be able to tell him that the hull's compromised and it's done. And really, we needed the strain gauges on there also. And so there was no lifetime. We didn't have an end of life on that. He didn't want one, and it's not something that I'm not sure anybody could write that on a piece of paper. There's no cert backbone to go do that.
And what was the plan for when the hull should be retired?
If Stockton had a plan, I didn't know it.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 019, page 8? This is the Spencer Composites FEA analysis, which I do believe you mentioned earlier. And this includes Table 1, the composite vessel design basis.
What page?
Page 8.
Okay.
Hey, we just got to 600 likes. Thank you, chat. You guys are awesome.
I'm glad you guys have this. Okay.
I want
Thanks
to
for
call
the
your
600
attention to the parameter cycle life, which is located about halfway down the page.
Okay.
The optimum cycle life was 10,000 cycles to maximum rated depth, and the limit was 1,000 cycles to maximum rated depth of 6,000 meters.
Right.
What? They're saying this report says, if I'm reading this right, that this thing was going to be good for 10,000 dives. They did like 1 or 2 dives a year. So basically they're saying this hull would last 5,000 years at 2 dives a year. Or it's not even rated for 6,000 meters. And they could go to 6,000 meters 1,000 times. This is some complete and utter bullshit as far as I'm concerned, as far as I understand it. 10,000 cycles at depth of 4,000 meters. That's just dumb. That's just words on a page. None of that has any meaning. That's some bullshit right there.
Do you believe the Titan Hull 1, before testing began, would have been able to withstand 1,000 cycles to depth?
It's not 1,000 cycles to depth. That's 1,000. That's 10,000 cycles to depth. 1,000 cycles to 6,000 meters.
Would have been able to withstand 1,000 cycles to depth?
No. Well, let me answer. So there's a little. We started to question whether or not Brian was building a hull that was going to meet this requirement. And so what Stockton decided, and part of me turning over Serial 1 to the operations group, is we knew that we were going to have to go get another hull made by somebody, not Brian. And Stockton wanted to sever that relationship. We had questions. A lot of it had to do with, we missed the 2.21 safety factor on the inward radial deflection of at the inside of the case. We missed it by, my report says, a lot.
That's actually what it says in the report. We missed it by
question. So I'm answering that from the perspective that we had decided that we wouldn't go to that. This almost started to not matter anymore, and we wondered, well, is it really going to do that? So monitoring became extremely important. Except that got terminated, of course, in 2018, 2019, when the data just wasn't clean enough. So to answer, it's a very long period of time to start to separate ourselves from whether or not this was going to be achievable.
As you're aware, the Titan Hull 1 did not complete even 3 cycles to a shallower depth than 6,000 meters without having a crack in it. Where do you believe the gaps between the analysis and the real-time testing occurred?
That's a great question.
Got struck by lightning. What? That one's.
The hull cracked because it was struck by lightning. All right. The unverified lightning strike they were talking about earlier.
Big. Like even if there's a DLAM in it, someplace. You would have thought that it would do better performance than that when you have a safety factor, like you just mentioned. That margin is huge. To miss it by that much, really, that's a significant blow to the structure somehow. There's very few things that can do that. Lightning is one of them.
What about a
And
shitty?
do you believe it
engineering
would have
job?
been able to make 1,000 cycles if it was not struck by lightning?
We don't have data to show that. I can't even answer that yet, yes or no. Like if I had good deep data prior to the lightning event, I could answer that with better confidence, but
Sir, are you a
nobody can
good
know.
engineer?
You mentioned a delamination of a third scale model that was detected by Boeing.
Mhm.
Was this before or after the third scale models were tested?
I think it was after. So I don't know if you guys have it in here, like any pictures of the 1/3 that imploded. There's some pictures out there that that kind of show the ring popped off, and you see like the zipper that goes down the side. Do you have that in here to take a look at? Because I could show you in there. There's when I did that post test analysis, you could see clearly on the aluminum ring that mimicked the Clevis and Tang
I can see clearly now.
design.
Rain.
On that surface, you could see where there was a miss of adhesion. It looked like a miss of adhesion, and it looked more like the interface slipped, and there was a peeling of the inside of the clevis, and that slip, that mark, correlated nicely all the way around it.
Oh no! Maybe he's Rush's lover. I mean, he's wearing. He's the Smithers to Rush's Monty Burns. Oh no! He's engineer Smithers. Oh grief!
Down through the body.
That's
of
good.
it.
I like that.
And so I came up with this idea that, man, I wonder if that was a DLAM in there. Brian Spencer had coated the 1/3 scale with a material that was not passable by any acoustic emissions, through hole or pulse echo.
Now
Luckily,
I can't get Mr. Smithers out of
we
my
had
head.
a piece of the cutoff ring before the rest of it was covered, and it was only one ring piece. And so I took that down, and we could see a DLAM in there. It appeared to be one about a quarter of the way,
The Simpsons,
a quarter
Tammy.
inch in. But that's how we found it. We suspected, which is why it's really important to look at those interfaces.
As the director of engineering, were you responsible for procuring the acrylic window for the submersible?
Sure. Like when you say like design it, like when you say
Specifically, were you involved in the discussions with Hydrospace regarding the shape and its certified rating?
oh yeah, Will and I talked a lot about the viewport, you know, and I even did a I have that one for you guys too. I even did a if I remember right, this guy worked for Will. We did a great presentation, a collaboration on the performance of the viewport because it was a non-standard viewport, right? If that helps. I have that somewhere. Anyway, yes.
Can you please explain those discussions and the outcome of those discussions?
I can.
I can.
So Stockton wanted a viewport that was unobstructed, and he wanted a person's whole head to be able to look through it. Viewport guidance it's not solid at best. And in fact, we actually wrote this in Thomas Trudell and I wrote this. We wrote. I just want to make sure I get the words right.
Mr. Nissen, I just
Yeah.
wanted to confirm what you're looking at. Has that been presented to the board previously?
No, it hasn't. Do you want to see it?
Sir, can you just summarize the
Yeah.
results?
So Thomas Trudell and I wrote a presentation talking about hybrid windows because the data, the guidance, the science on it is really pretty thin, and that we know that they last really well. Not a lot of people do them. Viewports are typically done spherical, but with uniform thickness. They're typically done flat. When you flatten the inside, make the outside spherical, it starts to distort things a little bit, but you get some good mechanical properties out of them.
So you're basically saying it's safer to do it that way. That's probably why most people do it that way.
We did some FEA analysis on it. We gave a prediction for serial number 1. I have a picture in here of the test setup that we did to measure its displacement, which was important. And we were going to report, I can't remember what society we were going to go report this to. I really wish I could remember that. But the performance of the viewport actually was about on mark for what we did. And so we generated a white paper to give it to the community to say, look what we did, and it worked.
I'm sure you're aware that Hydrospace gave it a reduced depth rating, which was not to the depth of the Titanic. Did you have any concerns about that reduced depth rating?
Yeah, I was talking to Will on the phone when we did this, and Will Conan, I think he's going to be on with you guys too, right? Will wanted us to go make a testing program for it, and I said, great, let's convince Doctor to go do that. And so I didn't want to do it. It was going to take some time. It was going to take some money to go do that. Will said, well, I won't certify it. And now when I'm telling you this, I'm of course the go-between. Stockton said, I don't care. And he said, make me the window. And so I took out the Stachel papers, which there's a lot of good data in that. I think folks who comment on acrylic viewports for subsea really do need to read the Stachel papers. And you become a lot more of an expert, not just a little bit more, but a lot more. So we took the Stachel papers and we developed some dimensions and a prediction. And Will said, I'll make it for you, but I'm only going to cert it to, I think it was 1,300 meters, right? 13 or 1,800. I think it was 1,300 meters.
Nowhere near where it needs to be certified to.
Stockton said, fine. Oh, okay.
And did this cause you any concern?
It did, which is why we instrumented it to measure its performance. Neat thing about acrylic viewports is they do a very good job of telling you when they're failing. And so you get a crazing in cracks form. They're very good predictors of that. But you have
so that they'll predict the catastrophic failure that's going to happen in about half a millisecond from the time it cracks. Great. What a great warning system that is.
To inspect them. You have to take them out, you got to clean them, you got to have a good inspection, resurface them every so often, and that sealing interface, it needs to be straight on. What's most important for those viewports is when you go that deep and you're cold, they start to cold flow. And so they get really, really soft. And this was a sliding interface. And so some viewports are put together in a clamping kind of scenario. And this one was actually designed and intended to move. And what was most important is that it did not move. The inside surface of the viewport did not move past the inside lip of the sliding interface. If that happens and cold flow is a result, the edges come around and kind of flow, they get soft. And when you try to come back up, that viewport is now constrained and you could have a failure. You'll get a crack, more than likely for sure. But the concern, but I told Stockton, like we need to test that viewport. So the first deep, we had no data on that. So the first deep test we did when I hung it on a fishing line, we instrumented it. I'm pretty sure we did that one to measure its displacement. That was really, really important. And the displacement came back dead nuts on for everything.
Well, I don't know if I'm a nautical expert. I'm just a little old maritime lawyer that's interviewed quite a few people about accidents. I've picked up a thing or two in my noggin up here, but
we're looking at, and inspections turned out to be nothing. So I think with time and Stockton diving in it, gained more confidence that the viewport was going to be okay.
In your previous testimony, you mentioned matching moduli. Can you explain the importance of matching moduli between the different materials used in a design?
Yes, in this is why acoustic alone won't prevent an issue like this, and you have to have strain. Okay, things usually break at interfaces typically because they don't move together. And so One wants to go that way and the other wants to go that way, or one wants to go this way that much and this other part wants to go that much. And so you have a high energy interface
Often.
that. If everything moved together, you kind of.
Now, see, this is important what he's saying here. This is actually an important part of the physics of the accident. When different materials are connected to each other, the connections are the weak point. So you have the carbon fiber with the titanium end and the acrylic window. You've got three different materials exposed to the outside that all have different stresses, different failure depths and pressures, and they're all rubbing against each other. Just add more stuff that makes it worse.
You kind of rule that out. That though has nothing to do with whether or not something is elastic enough or not. But what I do want to say on that is matching the moduli, just in theory, needs to be done, but also proved itself on our FEA models. And so the titanium and the hull all had to be moving together. Once we developed models where these didn't move together, it absolutely failed, for sure. And that's also why we modeled the forward dome, the viewport interface. We modeled that one without the viewport in it, because we knew it was a sliding surface. And that was not supposed to move with the titanium in the same way because it's not constrained. The only way that you get away from whether or not the moduli match is something has to give until you have sliding interfaces.
As we understand it, the titanium dome was originally designed to be grade 5. However, with the final design, it was grade 3. Is there any significance to this?
You reduce margins.
Were you involved in the decision to move from grade 5 to grade 3?
It was all Stockton.
Do you know why he made that decision?
Oh, grade 5 would have taken, it was twice as expensive, and it would have taken, I think, 6 more months to get it, because we had to get it overseas. Remember, it was really hard to get grade 5.
This next question is in relation to the lifting eyes and the stress at the clevis. The clevis was the titanium U-shaped groove attached to the titanium segments or rings that house the carbon fiber. Can you discuss the center of gravity of the Titan and the asymmetric loading on the rings?
Right. So there's a few items that I told the team you can absolutely not do, and welding lifting eyes on the rings was one of them that was first proposed by Scott Griffith in Stockton. And one, I told him no, you can't do it because of the loads. 2, we're already glued to the carbon fiber. The CG, center of gravity, of serial number 1 was not the center of the case itself, the carbon fiber structure, or with the domes. The center gravity of the entire vehicle, when assembled, was actually aft a bit, and it was enough where the vehicle, if hung by lifting eyes, would sit cantered a bit, so you can get a little bit of a lift on it. The reason why I told him he can't have the lifting eyes welded to ring 1 was the clevis, the dimensions of the clevis being the C part, for maybe those who don't know, it's a clevis and tang design. And I'm assuming serial number 2 went with this, but serial number 1, the tang being the carbon fiber on the inside, that dimension of the top there, it's a small dimension. The domes, the rings and the domes were never designed to take excessive load in a shear direction. And so that would be a sliding interface, or if I give it fixity looking like this, shear would be something pushing down on it. And so if you can think of the weight of the hull on the clevis, shear would be pushing on this little lip here. And it's a small dimension. The point of those was just to keep it glued in place, because subsea structures, a beautiful thing about them is it's uniform loading all the way around. It's not statically loading like your automobile or your house where everything's just pointed down. So the rings, when you lift it and it canters like this, that's now a peeling at the top of the forward, right at the lip, and it is a peeling on the aft part of that lip on the back. Now there is rigidity in the system, but if you took it at the macro scale, it doesn't look like it moves at all. But really, we're worried about the micro scale. Like a little bit of movement is it enough to peel that glued interface away from the carbon fiber part? We don't know that. So I told him you can't have it. Serial number 1 was designed to lift every other place but the domes or the rings. It was not designed to do that. And in fact, in order to give it uniform loading all the way around the rings, the landing gear was designed to give it fixity in 3 places. if you will.
Rush,
So
Stockton
90
Rush was
degrees,
on the
180 degrees and 270. So with three places in fixity in space, then that maintains curvature across the top. I wouldn't buy into the idea of changing that whatsoever. And the problem with that is water intrusion, really, more than anything, because the ring's not going to fall off. I guess the dome fell off. I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah,
sorry,
we were too. Yeah, we were surprised to hear the dome fell off too, dude.
For the first hole, did any of the carbon fiber need to be trimmed to fit in the clevis?
So Brian gave instructions.
I'm sorry. That was just a weird sentence. That was just a weird sentence.
Sorry, that just escaped me. But it's water intrusion. Really would be the problem.
For the first hole, did any of
the first hole,
carbon
for the first hole, did the carbon fiber
need to be trimmed to
fit in the clevis? So, with regard to the first hole, did we have to make a trim to fit in the clevis? I don't understand that, but all I can just say is
phrasing
in the clevis.
So Brian gave instructions. The design of the clevis for the tang was a collaborative effort with Brian, and what I wasn't going to do was let me back up and just say all these critical interfaces were collaborative events, really with the experts who kind of really know that better.
According to the schedule, he's got 10 more minutes to test.
Brian's expertise really is more prepping these interfaces for gluing inside. And so when I gave him the drawings on what that looks like, he gave the direction on what that trim would look like to be able to fit that on there. And it was more of a cleaning preparatory in terms to do that. If you're asking whether or not we had to change the dimensions on that, I'm not recalling that we had to do anything to go meet that dimension in there. I was actually pretty surprised, if I remember right.
These next questions are related to the real-time monitoring system, which was also referred to as the acoustic emission system. As the director of engineering, were you responsible for the real-time monitoring system?
I just got to ask, how responsible are you asking me? Am I responsible?
Were you the final determiner on settings on where the gauges laid on the layout of the design?
Right. Okay. So I gave the direction on how many instruments we would put, where they would go. Mike Ferlotti, who was a board member, designed the acoustic emission sensing hardware. So the data acquisition, what we connected the wires to, and then that software that he wrote writes the data to a file. What else?
The thresholds.
The thresholds, Stockton. The interpretation turned into my interpretation when OceanGate wanted to go to the Titanic in 2019. And when I write reports like I have, then I get the data. I say, look, that interpretation is mine.
Can you describe the purpose of the real-time monitoring system?
So if you're a group of people going to go down the path of designing something, and it's something like this or an airplane where really you should pick a cert path to go down, like how are you going to know you're going to be okay? Really, anybody could go design this thing out of plastic if they wanted to.
Or carbon.
We all agree that it wouldn't be such a good idea.
I think we all agree carbon fiber is not a great idea either.
And we want to make sure that it's solid engineering. You're going to have to pick a path for validation, which is really what certification is about. To an extent, certification is about verification as well, but verification really is about designing or verifying or knowing engineering intent, so by design, and then it's also, and really validation is more like, do you meet the requirements? And so the requirements are, we want to go to the state and we want to be able to know we have this confidence level and whatnot. So in picking that path, you could go a clean certification path that says, well, what agency out there has a path for us to go follow? And if that doesn't exist, then you got to figure out a way, well, how do we make sure that we're going to be clean? And acoustic emissions is a great way to see when brittle structures, glass, carbon fiber, have a failure in it. And it doesn't matter if it's just a snap of one or just like something crackle.
There goes the personal lie detector again. The heart rate's up.
Once, or if you have imminent failure, that determination is a little bit different. But these acoustic sensors have great ability to be able to detect this. There's a standard for acoustic emissions that we took a look at, and it's a 0.5 millimeter lead test. And it goes something like this. You put your acoustic sensor on a structure and you take 0.5 millimeter lead and you just snap it someplace else, like you would break a pencil. And the acoustic sensor should pick it up. It's amazing to see the 9 acoustic instruments that I put in there. I snapped 0.5 millimeter lead on the hull, and I can give you time differentials on when that acoustic wave went propagated down the hull. It's neat. It's fantastic. So without a clean certification path, you got to pick a technology that is going to be.
We should be at normal speed here.
The idea is that you're going to be able to interpret that warning.
So I keep bending
enough time.
a mosquito bite on
you
my
have
ankle,
the
and it's
instruments to
driving
do
me
that.
crazy.
Can you explain how this system functioned?
So the acoustic emissions came on with, so serial number 1 now. The way that I understand it, the acoustic emissions sensing software, everything was rewritten. So we're talking just mine, right? Serial number 1. I don't know what they did for serial number 2. For us, it came on with the system. It wasn't an option. Nobody got to turn it off. It was considered the most critical systems, and it automatically started logging data, and then we just take the data off and look at it. But what it was logging, the data that was logging were noise events. There's an amplitude to a sound, to an acoustic sound, and it just recorded it, and you could look at it on a spreadsheet. They're really, really large spreadsheets. But that's it. They're actually quite elegant and simple.
Recorder, could you please bring up Exhibit 075, the acoustic emission technology and consulting letter from Mr. Alan Green?
.075 doesn't reflect that here.
Use some digital copies. Saves the trees, man. How many trees had to die so that this guy could have
As a
exhibits?
summation, this was a letter of affirmation from Mr. Alan Green regarding utilizing acoustic emissions to help with averting an impending failure on the Titan Submersible.
Sorry, I'm missing 7.5. I have a copy of it though, if we're talking the same one.
It should be 2 pages long.
I have NOAA on 7.
Okay, I think we need to confirm that exhibit number.
Fair enough, Buck.
Are you talking about Alan Green on June 5th, 2018?
Yes.
I have my copy of it.
Yeah, we just need to stand by to make sure which exhibit we have on. Okay.
Is this the same letter that you have?
That's the one I have. It is. Okay. Looks like it.
Can you please describe who Mr. Alan Green was and his relationship with OceanGate and the acoustic emission system for Titan?
All right. So recognizing that that there's other people out there with much more expertise in specialists, right? Alan Green is one of those in the acoustic emissions field. He's been not just doing it forever, but in talking with him, what he's been able to accomplish with it. We hired him to take a look at what we were doing and give us an assessment. Like, are we crazy? Like, are we going okay? And this was the letter that he wrote to us after his visit. And as far as I know, I don't know that he was used afterwards.
We have reason to believe that there were communications between Mr. Green and OceanGate following Stockton Rush's assertions that the RTM system could detect the sound of micro-buckling in the sub's hull way before it fails. Are you aware of any such communications?
I don't specifically with Alan. I don't think so. I don't think Alan would. I guess it's my opinion. I don't know that he would buy into that micro buckling.
So basically what they're saying is that if you're down really, really far, say 3,500 meters ish, they should have their little acoustic system set up to hear the microscopic cracking, and that would allow you to take safety measures. No.
I'm not sure I would buy into micro buckling, but maybe I'd eat my words.
OceanGate?
No, Mr. Newberry, is there an exhibit that Lieutenant Commander Williams is referring to? I mean, there was a statement about communications. I don't believe that's in the record.
Yeah, Lieutenant Commander Williams, do you know where that assertion originated from?
This is actually from a wired correspondence, or something we saw online from.
That's probably what happened. They probably had a fight over the
if he's
controller.
aware of any communications.
Okay, so we don't really have a evidence to support that, and it's my understanding, Mr. Nissen, that you're not aware of any communications along those lines.
If he made communication without me there, I certainly wouldn't know. But my understanding with Alan Green really goes as far as this document here. As far as I remember, Stockton would have talks with people without me.
I was actually thinking about that earlier.
Cutting my pants down a little bit.
It was joystick
Mr.
drift.
Newberry, if I may, it's fine. We have no objection to the question. It's just if it could be phrased as a question, if it's not actually a piece of evidence.
Yes, agree. So can you rephrase that question that was originally asked?
He was
Yes,
Dark
sir.
Oil.
Mr. Nissen, are you aware of any
on the space shuttle
communications
for a
between
while.
Mr. Allen and Mr. Stockton Rush after the RTM system was originally installed that had any that there were any concerns of this RTM system?
I don't remember any. No, actually, as soon as I saw this paper, this was a lot of relief for me, and I went on to my.
Potentially criminal. This guy has been saying, "Yep, I'm a retard" for the last couple of hours. Pretty much this entire guy's testimony is that.
Next fire.
My final question is, would you have felt comfortable as the Director of Engineering going down in the Titan Submersible, specifically hull 1 to full rated depth?
That's almost the best question here, isn't it? So
answer it.
Stockton's and my relationship started to turn sour as everything was built, but
would you have gone down or not? Yes or no?
He asked me, he wanted me to be the pilot that runs the Titanic mission.
Sean, potentially criminal. Sean, this is what we sort of decided, and it's really weird considering his eyeglasses and choice of vest. This is the Smithers to Stockton Rush's Monty Burns. This is the guy who hated his boss, hated his job, but still decided to be the simp, and even though he was rejected and turned away at every turn, he still stayed with the company until he made one suggestion too many and was fired. So yeah, this is Smithers to Stockton Rush's Monty Burns, and he still won't say whether or not he would have gone down in the damn submersible. Just say no, hell no.
And I told him I'm not getting in it.
Okay.
And he asked me why, and I said because the operations crew, I don't trust them. That certainly was the death of me. But I didn't make it any easier with the following question. He said, "Well, what if I'm mission director?" I said, "You still have the same operations group." But I didn't trust Stockton either. They would take a look at where we started, and when I was hired, nothing that I got was the truth. I was held with a bag and trying to save, and I couldn't quit.
I couldn't quit you, Stockton.
I told him,
I couldn't quit you.
not with that same crew. If you would have asked me question number 3, what if there was a different crew? We didn't have the standards we set forth. Meaning, what does bad look like? So that you have your come home indicator set, and Stockton was a constant moving target for that. What's it going to be tomorrow? Couldn't trust that. So no, as the director of engineering, I did not go in serial number 1.
Oh my God! So the short
Thank
answer
you. I have no further questions.
is no.
Sir, just one follow-up. When you say a moving target, do you mean like the safety standards of what would be a go, no-go for an operation?
Oh yeah, everything. Yeah, everything was a moving target. I mean, the cert path was a moving target. The how are we going to call it was a moving target. Like if we couldn't get there, then we just kind of reduced it and went on. I mean, from my perspective, personally, it's very stressful and death by 1,000 cuts. And if he wanted somebody to go in it, and he was truthful with it, it's why the word experimental is in the waiver. Like I made him put that in there. We argued for a long time over that word, for sure. But so you cannot do that without letting people know that it's experimental. We do not have this qual. It's not certed. So to the extent that somebody knew the risks before they get in it, and we called qual, and they weren't going to run a full-fledged business out of it, that was in my mind's eye a negotiation that he had to make, and I had to keep technical. But once they asked me to sign off on the idea that they're going to put passengers and go to the Titanic, and told them no. But it was a moving target, and I had to. Thankfully, I got the opportunity to draw the line. I had the data to support it. But really, that's why serial number 1 was successful. That's what we were supposed to do. The design of it was: can you collect the data such that you prevent a catastrophic failure and ultimately a loss of human life? And we did that with serial number 1, but without Stockton drawing the moving targets. It was my target that I said, you can't do that.
Sir, understand. Was there a designated safety officer for OceanGate operations during your time?
Right, that's a good question. That operations thing, right? I don't know. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few, and thank you, Mr. Nissen, for being here. Can you elaborate a little bit on the coding that was applied to the outside of serial 1 versus what was applied to the third scale model?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great question, because I.
Oh my God! When you
asked it about what's
not
their
every
plan
question
to
is a great
take a
good
look at this thing later on, and yeah, we got a coding put on serial number 1 that would not block acoustic emissions. I did pulse echo or through transmission just so that we could not have to try to remove it.
That's the 4th time his elevated heart rate monitor has gone off. That's the 4th time. I think that's funny. I don't know why, but it is.
And do an inspection later on. But the coating on serial number 1 was specifically put on there for protection of the hull against some sort of abrasion or like if the sub came apart or something, but then also allow us to do an inspection later.
Were both those coatings some sort of polyurethane? Is that right?
I'm going to
Darla's
say
leaving
yes
us.
without
Bye,
remembering
Darla.
exactly. I don't know. We asked Brian, like, what should we put on there?
So if I remember right, polyurethane is pretty hard. It's usually a weather coat for painting. Was there any cracks? Like, could you see if there's cracks if the hull was flexing?
Right. So no, that's a good comment. No, this was more rubberized. We could peel the edges back, so it wasn't brittle like a poly gets, and especially hardening in the sun. So the exact material of that, we put on a material that was common to put on fiberglass boats. I wish I could remember what that was.
Okay. I understand OceanGate originally went to Spencer Composites because of its history with Steve Fotz's submersible. Later it was called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe.
Yeah, it's part of it, yeah.
Did you get to see that hull?
No.
Did anybody at OceanGate see?
Not to my knowledge.
How about the drawings or the specifications?
No.
Was there any lessons learned shared from Spencer Composites from that hull?
Yeah, so what I do know, and I'm going to call this secondhand, so I haven't seen the hardware or the report, is that Fawcett's sub issue was a flatness issue on the ring. So it turns out, actually, I hate to flip back and forth here. It turns out it helped me convince Stockton that the sealing surfaces of ring 1 to the dome had to be dead nuts flat. So the flatness requirement on both those interfaces had to be spot on. And then I believe it was the conversation about faucets. If I'm understanding, that was the issue, right? But that is the conversation that we had from that, and wasn't anything else about what he did.
That sub was designed for a much deeper depth than Titan was. Do you know what the thickness was of the hull?
I actually don't know. No.
Okay, that's all I have, Captain. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a short break, Mr. Nissen, and then reconvene at 12:43 for some final questions, sir.
That sounds good. Yeah, right on.
Thank you.
All right, so they got a 3-minute break. They'll have the final questions and then go to lunch, and we'll shut it down. So I guess we've got 3 minutes to wait for them to come back for the final questions. They're running a little behind schedule. They were supposed to break for lunch at 12:30 Eastern time. It's now 12:41. They're going to come back at 12:43. Said for a couple questions. I think someone had to run down the hall. I don't know. Nathan C. $2 wants to know, when should the hull be retired? Great question. Jinver, £5. Every question is a great question when you're out of your depth and had not thought of it. Donnie, you're out of your depth here. Let's see. That's all of the super chats and starred question we had. Right. What do you got? Yeah, exactly. Somebody has to pee. That's kind of what I'm thinking. They only need a 3-minute break. It's so condescending to tell people their questions are really good. Thanks. Can I get a cookie and a pat on the head? Or can you answer the GD question? Well, I hadn't thought about it, but you're right. It's like, that's a good question. Yeah, what do you think? I'm up here asking dumbass questions? Of course they're good questions. Yeah, you're right. That is pretty damn condescending to tell someone. That's a good question. Again, what he says here, bite him in civil litigation. Well, he does have his lawyer there with him. He has the OceanGate attorney there. So yeah, potentially. This is testimony under oath. So he needs to be careful, but that's like a lot of the problem is he's he was the head of engineering. he was the director of engineering, but apparently he didn't get to make any decisions. He got to make a few. One of them cost him his job. He could give Stockton Rush some ideas, and then Stockton Rush would decide all of the important engineering questions. So yeah, he appears to be making the case that he was the director of engineering in name only. I would not be using the OceanGate lawyer. Well, I guess that's what he's doing. Well, he said he would not get in it. Yeah, it took him a long time to say no. See, his testimony would be a lot more impactful if when they said, would you get in it, you'd say, he just said no, rather than, well, in this scenario, no. And in the second scenario, no. And in the third scenario, no. Just say no. He was smart enough not to be on the vessel during the dive. Either that or he couldn't afford was it $250,000 or something like that to actually take the dive. MG Law says there are no dumb questions, only dumb people who ask questions. Are these people asking questions are not dumb? Yeah, no, these are not dumb people. These are it's the United States Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigations. They're like they had the guy from the National Transportation Safety Board there, but they're like the National Transportation Safety Board for the Coast Guard. So yeah, these are accident experts. These are experts in their fields. They know what they're doing. And the questions, as we talked about earlier, the questions have been by and large pretty softball questions, but they're pointed and they're direct and they're getting information. Oh, here we go. The last few questions, allegedly.
The hearing is now back in session. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Counsel for any questions.
So we do not have any questions actually at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Nissen, for your time.
You're welcome.
What? No, you don't want to help me out?
I do have one just final or one question that I have for you, sir. During your entire time at OceanGate, did you feel a sense of urgency or being rushed to get to operationals, to start operations? Was there pressure?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, that started about the summer of close to the end of summer of 2016. Yeah, maybe summer 2016 when we decided not to do another 1/3 scale.
Do you feel like the sense of pressure influenced or negatively impacted safety decisions and testing?
No. And that's a difficult question to answer because given infinite time and infinite budget, you could do infinite testing, right?
I don't think they asked about infinite
for the
budget and infinite time, etc.
For the time that we had and within the constraints, we did all the consulting, all the analysis. We built it like an aircraft. We did.
Well, that might have been your problem. It wasn't an aircraft; it was a submersible. That may have. I think we identified the problem.
Like aviation does engineering. We did all the testing that we could on the components that we could. We brought every expert that we could find that could give us a comment on what we were doing, and that wasn't just the AE or just the hull. I mean, we defaulted to whomever we could. The titanium moduli were known because of testing. There's cert paperwork for that. If I could do it, if I could get some step closer to a legitimate cert path, we did it. For sure. If a test or an opportunity to do a test was brought up to my attention, we never turned it away.
And sir, you a couple times during your testimony, you mentioned the acoustics weren't clean.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give some examples? Do you mean sound or strain or both, sir?
Both. So it'd be really helpful if we could look at this diagram that you don't have yet, because a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Well, there's a problem to look at the
Sir,
document.
can you just kind of give a simplified definition of
Simplified
what
definition.
concerns you?
Sure. So in acoustic emissions are, well, let's just say acoustically for something like a structure like this. To understand why that's so important and what clean would look like, really clean would be 0. That would be not dirty whatsoever. A metallic doesn't show you the same signature. I'm actually not even sure that you could see acoustically a metallic break, because metallic breaks are dislocations and you get atomic realignment when those dislocations move. That's how we get flexibility in parts. So airplane wings stiffen because dislocation movement moves throughout that. But carbon fiber structures don't. Once that snaps, it's done. There's no atomic structure next to it for the atoms to realign themselves. Really, even the glues kind of stiff, but the fibers themselves, once it snaps, it's done. So ideally, you don't want to hear anymore. Then you know it's done failing.
Well, by then it's
But
just too fucking late.
Strain,
It fails.
inward radial deflection of the center of the case. That's movement, and that relates to moduli. So clean data in this sense is you fall within the parameters that the FEA models show you, which an aviation cert path would tell you that you wouldn't get an aviation cert path if you had flexibility someplace on a wing and it was outside what the FEAs showed you for the allowance. So clean would be you're within the bounds that you've studied in your analysis, and
No dog puke, false
you are
alarm.
not failing acoustically anymore. You're very, very, very close to 0. It turns out in Green's conversations with them, whether or not you go to a depth and then you come back up and you go to a depth and come back up. I mean, sometimes these mean something in these structures, and they'll continue failing, and then they'll stop, and you come up to the surface, and when you come up to the surface, all the stress relieving goes away and stuff moves around, but you should still be clean. In a metallic, we would say it's clean if the system were allowed to stretch, and then it comes back to where it is, and so that would be elastic, right? Where if it's inelastic and you get plastic deformation, it would go someplace and it would stay or not come back to where it is. There's a term for that we call hysteresis, and in material science, that's a 0.002 offset in strain.
Sequest.
So
Nice
clean
sequest.
data is going to be very low to 0 snaps, we'll say, acoustically. It's going to be within the confines of your models, what your FEAs are showing for the safety factor that you want to get. And it's going to be no outside hysteresis, meaning that the system is coming back to where you started, in this case, on the surface. So you'd see it move and it would come back. If there's a gap, then you want to start thinking about answering that gap, but that would be clean.
Thank you, sir. And one follow-up on that.
Mhm.
If you had a hole, carbon fiber, and the acoustics went quiet during a deep dive, and then over time you started to see new acoustics, would that be a concern for a carbon fiber hull?
100%. Sorry. Yeah. No, once it goes clean, because these don't reattach themselves, that's a new break. Yeah. So here's something to note though. You almost got to be careful. Clean assumes, of course, that your instrument is working. If you see 0 snaps, actually the instrument's working, right? So it's weird that I have to say that, but I've been in situations before where somebody looks at data and says, oh, look, it's great, and forgets that it wasn't running.
Sir, are there any final questions for Mr. Nissen from the board or council? Good.
All right.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony and for being here today. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. And we do plan to enter at least one exhibit from your testimony today. If you could meet up with the recorder and just pass her that document, we'd appreciate that. The schedule has moved back just a bit for today. We will reconvene after lunch at 1:55 p.m. And that will be virtual testimony with Ms. Bonnie Carl. Thank you. The hearing is now.
She was HR and finance, if I recall correctly. So that is the end of day 1 of the, our end of day 1. It's not the end of their day 1. So just to make it clear again, what's going to be happening, we're wrapping up day 1 coverage here. Tomorrow we'll do the afternoon of day 1 and the morning of day 2. Then the day after that, we'll be doing the afternoon of day 2 and the morning of day 3. Are they eating subs for lunch? Well, I like how they can take shorter breaks and let people go longer, but they ain't cutting their lunchtime down by 1 minute. So they're just going to take longer in the afternoon, I guess. Lunch, this is, you know, they're taking that hour lunch. All right. So that was it today. I'm looking to where we can direct people here too when I wrap things up in just a minute. What do we got? Chrissy Mayer, lots of Mystery Science Theater live. Geez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different Mystery Science Theater channels are live. Looks like we're going to go over to Catnot Williams with day 130 of the YSL trial. That's where we'll send you. You guys can watch that. That's always a fun thing to watch. But all right, people, I just got to tell you, we got a few things to get through here, and then I will express my great gratitude and undying love and thanks to all of you. AA Ron with the $5 super chat. I'm the head engineer that does no actual engineering. That's kind of what he was saying. Is his job is mainly to wrangle the cattle, he said. That is crazy. Right. So that takes care of all the super chats that are out there. Mods, I just want to say super special thanks to you guys. You guys rock. Thank you for being here, doing your things. Good to hang out with you. You too, Nicola. You're awesome. We did change the new like and subscribe poll. So do we continue watching these hearings? 95% of you said yes. So hey, guess what? We're doing it. So we shall continue for another day. As long as you're interested in this, we'll keep following. It's supposed to wrap up a week from tomorrow, basically. No, I lied. The 27th. I've lost track of what day it is. Right. So there we go. We will be back tomorrow. And thank you, chat, for the support, the super chats, the monthly memberships, the gifted memberships, and all that other stuff. Thank you for just being here in chat, keeping each other entertained, keeping each other informed. You guys are super, super awesome. Love you all. Let's go say hi to Catnot Williams. Thanks for being here. We'll see you same bat. Oh, no, not same bad time channel tomorrow. I guess I should. We are starting very early tomorrow. These hearings start at 8:30 Eastern. We're going to be starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. So we can watch as much as possible, as quickly as possible. So, yeah, for those of you on the West Coast, sucks to be you. Just jump in and then go back and watch it at your convenience. We'll see you 7 a.m. Eastern, which is midnight UK, 8 p.m. my time, and 9 p.m. Australia Eastern time. Take care. See you guys. You are the best. Bye.